Honorable Court.
All right, and who are the defense counsel here?
And allow me to introduce the defense. My name is Abdul Hakim, acting as the chief counsel for the defense team, and together with me, Mr. Badri, who will act as the learned co-counsel from the defense team. In this session, we will have assistance from the Miss Instructor Solicitor, Nur Abira Husna, and then we also have Defender Witness 1, Mr. Alan Kusuma, who will be acted by Mr. Amjad Majdi, and Defendant Witness 2, Miss Nur Umaira, who will be acted who will perform the roles as the Mr. Ewan Yusili.
Okay, I got it here. So, prosecutor, you may now proceed with your opening statement.
Much obliged. May it please the Honorable Court, it is my duty and privilege to open a trial in this court against the accused person, a Mr. Alan Kusuma, Chief Executive Officer and the majority shareholder of the company, Suka Lok Sendirian Berhad. Our case today concerns unauthorized felling of trees in the Tangkulak Forest Reserve. This is located in Sabah, and it is an offense under Section 20, Subsection 2 of the Forest Enactment 1968. Upon conviction, the defendant is punishable with a fine not exceeding 500,000 ringgit and to imprisonment for a term which shall not be less than 1 year, but shall not exceed 20 years. Tuan Hakim, the prosecution believes that on one hand, balancing the quality of the environment is important, and on the other hand, we also have to consider developments that may bring socio-economic benefits. Hence, the law demands the highest level of prudence, responsibility, and caution for developers when dealing with the environment. Unfortunately, Tuan Hakim, the prosecution is here today to prove that the accused, Mr. Alan Kusuma, had failed to do so. Irreversible damage had been caused to the Tangkulak Forest Reserve as a result of the violation of the Forest Enactment 1968. For the convenience of the Honorable Court, we had broken down the ingredients of the charge to 4 parts, which we will demonstrate with facts and evidence. Number 1, there were 120 felled trees. This is clearly stated in the notice of seizure signed by the prosecution's witness and the accused agent. Number 2, there was no express authority to fell the trees. For this, the prosecution will be referring to the witness statements along with the alleged fake license held by the accused agent. According to Section 38, Subsection 2 of the Forest Enactment 1968, the burden is on the accused to prove the existence of such legal authority. Number 3, the felling of trees was from Forest Reserve. According to Section 2 of the Forest Enactment 1968, Forest Reserve means a forest reserve declared under Section 12 of the same enactment. To prove this ingredient, the prosecution will be presenting a letter of verification from the Sabah Forestry Department on the status of Tangkulak Forest Reserve. We will also be presenting a map which shows that the area of the illegal felling of trees was in fact within the forest reserve. Finally, it was the accused himself and or his agents under his instructions that had committed the unlawful act. This can be established through the witness statements and the police report filed by prosecution witness 1. In addition to the 4 ingredients set out, the prosecution also relies on Section 38, Subsection 3 of Forest Enactment 1968, which is that the law presumes that the forest produced have been so felled from the forest reserve unless the contrary is proven. There will be 2 witnesses from the prosecution, that is, the Assistant Forest District Officer of Telebit and the Assistant Forestry Officer who is in charge of the investigation. Photos of the crime scene will also be used as evidence against the accused. We urge the court not to tolerate any excuses for the violation, be it a mistaken belief or misunderstanding. This is because it is expected of the accused to be careful in procedures involving the environment, especially when it concerns a forest reserve. Otherwise, it will open to a floodgate of cases whereby developers escape liability after causing serious harm to the environment. As it is etched in stone, ignorance of the law is not an excuse. Tuan Hakim, the burden is now on the prosecution to prove, beyond a reasonable doubt, that the accused, Mr. Ellen Kusuma, is guilty of the criminal charge preferred against him at this trial. And with the permission of the Honorable Court, we would like to call upon prosecution's first witness to the stand.
Prosecution witness 1, please take the stand.
Before that, yeah, can I just confirm that all documents under section 51A has been served and given to the defense counsel? Learned prosecutor?
Yes, under the bundle of documents.
All right, okay. You may now call your first witness.
Prosecution witness 1, please take the stand.
Prosecution witness 1, please state your name.
My name is Richard Lee.
Your identification number?
My registration number is 720120125689.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony that you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right, you can start.
Prosecution witness 1, I'll repeat my question. Please state your name.
My name is Richard Lee.
Mr. Richard Lee, what is your IC number?
720120125689.
Please state your address.
I stay at Taman Fajar, Batu 7, Sandakan, Sabah.
What about your age?
I'm 49 years old.
What is your current occupation?
I'm currently an assistant forest district officer at Telopet Forestry Office.
Could you tell the court what is your experience prior to becoming the assistant forest district officer at Telopet Forestry Office?
I joined the Sabah Forestry Department in 2010 and was first posted at Sabah Forestry Office at Kota Marudu for 5 years. And in 2016, I was posted to my current office at Telopet Forestry Office.
Very well. Please elaborate further about your job experience.
I obtained a diploma in forestry from UPM in 2009, and I've attended several courses on forest management, enforcement management, and wildlife trafficking between 2010 until 2019, organized by Sabah Forestry Institute, Sabah Wildlife Department, and WWF respectively. I had also appeared in court 3 times to give testimonies for cases relating to illegal logging and possession of forest produce.
Thank you, Mr. Richard. What were you doing on the 5th of April 2021 at around 9 a.m.?
On 5th of April 2021, I led a team of 3 enforcement officers, Peter Mongin, Awang Ahmad Awang Ibrahim, and Danny Ivan, to go do drone patrolling and aerial surveillance at the Tangkalak Forest Reserve at around 9 a.m.
How often do you carry out the patrolling and aerial surveillance works?
This patrolling and aerial surveillance works has been conducted every day on the weekdays. The last patrolling work before the 5th of April was conducted on the 2nd.
And how did you carry out these patrolling and aerial surveillance on the 5th of April 2021?
I instructed Mr. Peter Mongin, one of the enforcement officers in the team, to pilot the unmanned aerial vehicle, a Phantom D4 DJI quadcopter model belonging to the Sabah Forestry Department. Mr. Peter Mongin is a trained UAV pilot. He attended numerous courses organized by our headquarters office in Sandakan since 2018.
What did you observe in the course of patrolling and aerial surveillance?
We began our patrolling work with aerial surveillance around 9 a.m. And after hovering the UAV for at least 15 to 20 minutes at around 320 feet above the ground to the south of Tangkalak Forest Reserve, near Pinanga Forest Reserve, I, together with my team, saw an aerial view of cut down trees.
Please state the course of actions taken after such observations.
So after having a closer look through the UAV controller screen, we believe there must have been suspicious activities inside the forest reserve area. We decided to immediately enter a pickup truck and drive to the area which has been identified earlier by Peter Mongin. We arrived there half an hour later and made a quick observation without the worker knowing our presence. Peter and I then approached one of the workers, namely Mark Angus, while Awang and Danny remained in the pickup truck.
Mr. Richard Lee, you mentioned about Mark Angus. Could you tell the court who is Mark Angus?
Mark Angus, who we approached, claimed that he was the site supervisor.
What was the conversation between your team and Mark Angus?
So we introduced ourselves as the forest officers from Telopek Forestry Office, and then Mark Angus identified himself as the site supervisor.
What did you do next?
I requested him to show us their license or permits for forest clearing activities. He showed me the license, but I was suspicious that it was fake. So I decided to contact our Telopek Forestry Office for verification. Meanwhile, Peter requested for a backup team from the Telopek Forestry Office.
Tuan Hakim, this is the alleged fake permit dated 10th of March 2021, which the accused relies on to fell the trees. And as you can see in this document, the owner of the permit is stated clearly to be the accused, Alan Kusuma. Moving on.
Can the instructing solicitor go back to the fake permit? Can you just zoom in? All right, scroll down. Where is the date?
It is dated 10th of March 2021.
All right, okay.
Moving on to the next question. Mr. Richard Lee, going back to the part where you decided to contact the Telopek Forestry Office, what was the result of the verification?
So the Telopek Forestry Office contacted me after several minutes and confirmed that such permit was never issued by the Telopek Forestry Office or the Forestry Department headquarters in Sandakan. I immediately instructed Mark to tell his workers to stop their work activities, and I cautioned them that they have committed an offense under the Forest Ordinance and they will be arrested in order to assist the investigation. The backup team from the Telopek Forestry Office arrived 20 minutes later.
So what happened after the backup team arrived?
We arrested them. All the machinery and forest produce was seized. I prepared a notice of seizure and it was checked and signed by Mark Angus himself. All the 5 suspects on the scene were brought to the Telopek Forestry Office, and thereafter, I went to the Telopek Police District Office to lodge a police report. Upon the instruction of the Telopek Forestry Officer, the case was signed to Assistant Forestry Officer Ahmad Ladidu bin Abu Lababu as this investigating officer, and at about 2 p.m. On the same day, I passed the notice of seizure, arrest report, printed photos of the scene, fake permit, and the 5 suspects to Ahmad Ladidu.
Tuan Hakim, our solicitor is currently screen sharing all the documents mentioned by the prosecution's first witness. Beginning from the notice penitaan, please stop at the notice penitaan, thank you. This is the notice penitaan prepared.
A bit more. Okay, all right.
This is the notice penitaan prepared by Mr. Richard. Please be reminded that the organizers had clarified that there is a typographical error in this document. In relation to item number 5, instructing solicitor, could you go back to the notice penitaan? Okay. In relation to item number 5, there should be 70 kayu belian, according to the new clarification, and number 6 should be 131 kayu agar wood. The total of the felled trees is 120 felled trees, as per the organizer's clarification. Moving on to the photos. These are photos of the crime scene taken on 5th of April 2021. As can be seen in the picture, the trees in the area were felled. And moving on to the police report. This is the police report dated 5th of April 2021, which was filed by Mr. Richard Lee. With that, Tuan Hakim, the examination in chief for prosecution witness 1 had completed.
All right. Learned prosecutor, these two documents that you referred to the court just now, would you like to admit it as evidence or how?
Yes, we would like to admit it as evidence, Tuan Hakim.
So the permit
This
should be marked as exhibit P1, is it?
The documents which were referred to includes the notice of seizure, the letter of verification from the Sabah Forestry Department on the status of Tangkurat Forest Reserve, a map which shows the area of illegal felling of trees, police report filed by prosecution's witness 1, the alleged fake permit, and photos of the crime scene.
So these are the documents that you want to tender as exhibit, correct?
Yes, Tuan Hakim.
Okay. So can I suggest you do it one by one? For example, the fake permit should be marked as exhibit P1. That would be essential and beneficial for you when you want to submit later on. You just refer to exhibit P1. So we all know exhibit P1 refer to the fake permit. For example, the photos, exhibit P2. So when you submit later on, you can always refer to exhibit P2. We all know P2 refers to the photos. So that's how it should be tendered in evidence. Okay.
Thank you for the guidance, Tuan Hakim.
Okay. So how can you list down what are the documents that you would like to tender as an exhibit? Maybe your instructing solicitor can help on this. Maybe we just type
in the chat.
Yeah, just type something so that the court interpreter can also mark it for the court records. For example, what is your first document?
Notice of seizure, which will be marked as exhibit P1.
All right. Exhibit P1 is notice of seizure. And then?
Should I include the evidences from prosecution witness 2 as well, or only for prosecution witness 1, Tuan Hakim?
No, only for this witness. When you want to tender exhibit, you have to tender through witnesses. So now we are at prosecution witness number 1. So we only tender evidence that is available or within his knowledge. Okay.
Much obliged, Tuan Hakim. I'm on it now.
So notice of seizure is P1. Just now the witness was shown. What else?
The map, my apologies, the police report filed by prosecution witness 1.
So police report is second
P2.
P2.
And there's the alleged fake permit, which will mark as exhibit P3.
P3. Then what
and
else?
we have photos of the crime scene as well.
Okay.
Exhibit P4.
P4. Other photos of currencies, notice of seizure. I think that's about it. Or is there anything else that I miss out?
We have also the letter of verification from the Sabah Forestry Department.
Verification letter, that should be exhibit P5.
Right.
Wow, that's very good. Exhibit P1. You can the instructing solicitor, Ms. Abigail, you can continue typing for all these 5 exhibits of documents. All right. So that when when the defense counsel cross-examine the witness, the defense counsel may use P1. If I refer you to P1, so we all know that P1 refers to notice of seizure. Okay.
Much obliged.
About it, that's all from prosecution as far as EIC is concerned.
Yes, Tuan Hakim. And all the exhibits for prosecution witness 1 is now in the chat.
All right, thank you. Yes, defense counsel, you may now proceed with the cross-examination of this witness.
Thank you, Tuan Hakim. Mr. Richard Lee, can you hear my voice?
Yes.
Right, thank you. Can you tell me what is your position in Telupit Forestry Office?
I am the Assistant District Forestry Officer.
On what year you are posted working in Telupit Forestry Office?
In 2016.
Are you agree with me that these 6 years allow you to recognize senior officers who are working in the Telupit Forestry Office?
Agreed. I agree.
Shall I repeat the question?
No, I agree.
Do you know Mr. Bonaventure who works as Telupit Forestry Office?
He is a co-worker.
How do you know Mr. Bonaventure? I'm sorry, pardon. What is Mr. Bonaventure position in the Telupit Forestry Office?
He is merely a forestry officer.
Okay. Does Mr. Bonaventure have authority to issue a permit?
No, he does not.
Who has the authority to ensure that Mr. Bonaventure does not easily issue the permit?
His respective departments.
Are you agree with me that Chief Conservator is the one who has the authority to supervise any permit that will be issued in the Sabah forest?
Yes, Chief Conservator.
Do you have any knowledge whether Telupit Forestry Office are vested with authority from Chief Conservator to verify a logging permit?
As I already stated, only since this forest reserve falls under Telupit, only the Telupit Forestry Office and the headquarters Sandakan can verify such permit.
Do you agree with me that the Chief Conservator is the one who have the highest authority to grant or withdraw any logging permit?
Yes.
Based on your observation in the forest reserve area on 5th April 2021, what is the Suka-Suka log workers' response when they were approached by you?
They were surprised.
Okay. May I ask the instructing solicitor from the prosecution team to show the permit which is tendered as an exhibit P3.
Ms. Abigail, can we have it on the screen for P3?
All right, Mr. Richard Lee.
Can we zoom in? Yes. All right.
Right, thank you. Can you scroll down on the signature part? All right, thank you. Mr. Richard Lee, are you agree with me that the person who the signature that are provided here is from Eunice Marlis, the Chief Conservator of Sabah Forest Department?
Yes, that is Eunice Marlis.
All right, thank you. That's it. That's all the question from the defense team.
Okay. Yes. Any re-examination on this witness?
Yes, Tuan Hakim.
Yes. You may take 1 minute, whether you want to.
Mr. Richard Lee, in relation to what my learned opponent counsel has mentioned, the signature provided here is Eunice Marlis and an authority, and you said yes. Would you like to clarify on the validity of Eunice Marlis in authorizing the permit?
Eunice Marlis is the Kotor conservator, and yes, that is a signature. But as such, the chop could be forged. So as such, when I called up the Teluk Forestry office or the headquarters in Sandakan, they have verified to me that no such permit was authorized to fell trees in this part of the forest reserve.
Thank you, Mr. Richard. And that's all for my re-examination, Tuan Hakim.
Okay. All right, Mr. Richard, you may step down. You're by release.
Thank you, Tuan Hakim.
Yes, Prosecutor, would you like to call your second witness? Or would you like to have a 5-minute break?
Prosecution Counsel 2.
Tuan Hakim, I am Alson Jesudas, Prosecution Counsel 2. I shall continue on with calling upon prosecution's second witness, Mrs. Ahmad Ladidu bin Abu Lababu.
Yes, Counsel, who is this witness, the second witness? Can you briefly explain to me?
The second witness of the prosecution is the Assistant Forest District Officer at Teluk Forestry Office. He was the one who conducted the investigations on the particular issue.
So basically, he's the IO of the case.
Yes, he's the IO of the case.
All right, okay. All right, okay, you may call your witness.
Prosecution witness number 2, you can please take the stand.
Yes, I'm here.
Please state your full name and your identification number.
My name is Ahmad Ladidu bin Abu Lababu, and my IC number is 700-228-135689.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony that you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I solemnly swear that the testimony that I'm going to give is the truth, and the only truth.
All right, you may continue.
Thank you.
Prosecution witness 2. Please state your name for the record of the court.
Ahmad Ladidu bin Abu Lababu.
Mr. Ahmad Ladidu, please state your IC number for verification purposes.
70135689.
Mr. Ahmad Ladidu, could the court know where you stay and what is your current address?
My current address is in Kampung Kuala Telupit, Sabah.
Mr. Ahmad Ladidu, how old are you?
As today, I'm 51 years old.
Mr. Ahmad Ladidu, please state your current occupation.
I am the Assistant Forest District Officer at Teluk Forestry Office, acting as the investigation officer.
Very well. Mr. Ahmad Ladidu, please state your experience prior to becoming the Assistant District Forestry Officer.
I joined Sabah Forestry Department back in 2008, and I was the first. I first posted at the Sabah Forestry Office at Kinabalu for 7 years before I was posted to my current office in 2015.
Mr. Ahmad Ladidu, if you can you please elaborate further about your experience as the Assistant District Forestry Officer?
Sure. At first, I graduated with a diploma in forestry from UPM KB in 2007, and I attended few courses such as forest management, enforcement management, wildlife trafficking, investigation techniques between the years of 2008 to 2020, which was organized by the Sabah Forestry Institute, Royal Malaysia Police, Sabah Wildlife Department, and WWF respectively. And I have also appeared in court more than 10 times to give testimony for cases relating to illegal logging, wildlife trafficking, and possession of forest produce.
Mr. Ahmad Ladidu, thank you so much for that impressive resume. Mr. Ahmad Ladidu, on the 5th of April 2021, can you tell me what happened?
So on the 5th of April 2021, the District Forest Officer, Mr. Azman Ahmad, instructed me to investigate a case about illegal logging at Tangkulak Forest Reserve around 2 p.m. the same day.
After the District Forest Officer, Mr. Azman Ahmad, instructed you to investigate, how did you proceed from there?
So few documents were handed to me by my office mate, Mr. Richard Lee. He also informed me that there were 5 suspects in total in our investigation room. And the documents given to me are notice of seizure, arrest report, printed photos of the scene, and also the fake permit.
My learned counsel instructing solicitor, could we go through the first exhibit, which is the P1, the notice of seizure stated by Mr. Ahmad Adidu? Could you please zoom in, please? Tuan Hakim, as for clarification, as per Bill number 5 and 6, there has been a clarification issued by the organizers in this. The proof of such clarification is below. Ms. Abigail, could you please go to the clarifications on question 13? Thank you very much. Tuan Hakim, this is the proof of such clarification given, as stated here. All reference made to the fell trees shall be as follows: 120 fell trees, which accounted for 201 logs, 70 of them are bullion, and 131 logs identified as agar wood. Tuan Hakim, does that satisfy you in regards to the differences between the numbers?
Yes, no problem.
Thank you, Tuan Hakim. Ms. Abigail, could we go to the police report, which is Exhibit P2? Tuan Hakim, in Exhibit P2, it's clearly stated here that the penerima of the particular police report was Aiman Ahmad, and the pengadu was Richard Lee. Aiman Ahmad is, as per said, was one of the officers carrying out the preliminary investigations, and then it was carried on to Mr. Ahmad Ladidu. Can we please scroll down, Miss Abigail? Thank you. Here we clearly see that there has been verifications on the pengadu and also the penerima report. Does that satisfy you, Tuan Hakim, in this particular regard?
Yes, proceed.
Miss Abigail, could you also move through the photos, which is the printed photos, which is Exhibit 4. In Exhibit 4, Tuan Hakim, these are the pictures in which was taken by Mr. Awang Ahmad Awang Ibrahim, which was then also a part of the Jabatan Perhutanan Sabah as per the offense. We can see here the first picture on the logs, the felling of trees that occurred. Could you move forward, my learned friend? Thank you very much. Yes, the logs are here, and that's it.
Counsel,
yes, Tuan Hakim.
I would appreciate if the explanation is given by the witness, not by the counsel. Otherwise, it will be a submission from the bar, which not the evidence, right? So
my apologies.
You may want to address those explanation by way of questioning the witnesses. Okay.
Yes, yes, Tuan Hakim.
All right.
Before we proceed, Tuan Hakim, just to once again show to you the fake permit which was given. The explanation on this is to be on the preceding questions. The exhibits are to be shown as proof as what was actually given to prosecution witness 2.
Okay. All right.
Tuan Hakim, may I proceed to my next question?
Yes.
Mr. Ahmad Ladidu.
Yes.
Can you tell me, since you're the IO for this particular case, how did you actually conduct the investigation?
So I initiated the investigation by recording all the statements from all of the 5 general workers, and 4 general workers were released right after their investigation session ended on the 5th of April 2021. I then proceed to investigate the supervisor who was acting as the main person at the site, and by the name of Mark Angus, and I released him the next day on the 6th of April 2021.
Mr. Ahmad Adidu, could you tell the court what were your findings after recording the statements from the 4 general workers?
So all of them were employed by Suka Log Sdn Bhd for a duration of 1 month with wages of around 4,000 ringgit to 6,000 ringgit. All of them individually showed me the employment after that was signed by the human resource manager of the company itself. And furthermore, I found that the machinery used at the site is the company's asset.
Mr. Ahmad Ladidu, you mentioned Mark Angus. Can you tell the court who is Mark Angus?
As per my investigation, Mr. Mark Angus identified himself as the site supervisor, and I investigated him further after the 4 other workers were released on the 5th of April. And all the investigation were recorded, and he was released on the 6th of April 2021.
As per your investigation on Mark Angus, what were your findings?
He stated that he has been working for 4 years for Suka Suka Lok Sedan Berhad, and now he works directly under the supervision of the operation manager, Mr. Iwan Jaslin. He also claimed that the logging activity started on the 3rd of April 2021, around 7:30 a.m.
Mr. Ahmad Ladidu, could you tell us further on how was actually the work progress monitored during the time?
So once again, based on my investigation, Mr. Mark Angus told me that he kept receiving phone calls from Mr. Iwan Jaslin for updates on the work progress.
How did then Mr. Mark Angus perceive the genuineness of the permit?
He stated that he was not aware about the genuineness of the permit, and as he only received the permit from Mr. Iwan Jaslin only a week before the work commenced, together with other documents.
What were your further findings from the investigation that you conducted?
The company, Suka Suka Lok Sedan Berhad, was awarded with a contract worth RM 1.7 million from Maju Megah Sedan Berhad, a company based in Kota Kinabalu, for a project to construct a resort at Tangkulak Forest Reserve. The contract was for Suka Suka Lok Sedan Berhad to cut down trees at the area gazetted as Forest Reserve by the state government in 1962.
Mr. Ahmad Ladidu, moving on, can you tell us who was involved from Suka Suka Lok Sedan Berhad?
Mr. Alan Kusuma, the Chief Executive Officer of Suka Suka Lok Sedan Berhad.
What were the terms of agreements of such a contract?
The agreement required Suka Suka Lok Sedan Berhad to fell trees and to do forest clearing at the gazetted area as Forest Reserve by the state government in 1962 for an area of approximately 1,222 square kilometers.
Mr. Ahmad Ladidu, can you tell us where is the Forest Reserve as per the instructing solicitor's document here?
The blue dot. Thank you.
Would you elaborate on the direction or the location of such forest reserve?
So the location is identified at latitude 5.3885 to 533364887 of longitude of 117.227143166507003.
Tuan Hakim, the prosecution would like to tender the map of the Telungkap Forest Reserve as Exhibit P6.
All right.
Much obliged, Tuan Hakim. My learned friend, if you're able to, please put it down in the chat box on the 6th exhibit, which is P6, which is the map. Shall I move on to my next question, Tuan Hakim?
Yes.
Thank you, Tuan Hakim. Mr. Ahmad Ladidu, what were your findings on the investigation scene on that day?
So there were 201 logs were found, of which 70 of them identified as Eucyroxylon zoygorai, or locally known as Valiant, and the remaining of 131 logs are identified as Aqualaria melasinensis, or famously known as agarwood.
Mr. Ahmad Ladidu, how were your findings verified?
The forestry department issued a letter confirming the felled trees, and also stated that the felled trees were all within the boundary of Forest Reserve, as can be seen in the attached letter with serial number code of JPH/03/02/51, dated on 9th of April 2021, confirming Tangkulak Forest Reserve as the Forest Reserve with an area of 27,258 hectares, based on the Schedule 2 of the Forest Constitution of Forest Reserve and Amendment Enactment 1984, number 4 of 1984.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ahmad Ladidu, for verifying that. Before I move on, Tuan Hakim, Are there any questions in regards to the letter of confirmation?
No.
Thank you, Tuan Hakim. Can I proceed to the next bit?
This has
Yes.
been tendered as exhibit or below?
Yes, Tuan Hakim. It has been tendered as exhibit under P5. Yes, under P5.
All right. Okay.
Thank you, Tuan Hakim. I shall now move on to my next question. Mr. Ahmad Ladidu, can you, Mr. Ahmad Ladidu, who is responsible for obtaining the permit?
Suka Lok Sedan Berhad is the one who is responsible to obtain the permit after I investigated and recorded statements from the Chief Executive Officer of Maju Megah Sedan Berhad. And I found that based on the agreement that was signed on the 3rd March 2021, the contract specifically provided that all procedures relating to obtaining permits from the government authorities must be performed by Suka Lok Sedan Berhad itself.
Mr. Ahmad Ladidu, how did you further verify the genuineness of such permit?
So further verification was made to the Sabah Forestry Department and Environment Conservation Department and found that there was no application was ever received by those two departments, and the permit was claimed to be genuine was actually fake.
Mr. Ahmad Ladidu, please tell the court what is usually included in an authorized permit.
Usually there will be approval number, serials number, and also it will specify the types of trees to be felled by the permit holder itself.
My learned friend, could you please zoom out a little bit? Mr. Ahmad Ladidu, if you may, could you repeat your response? In an authorized permit, what details are usually included?
Yes, again.
Yes, Mr. Ahmad Ladidu, could you repeat your response? In an authorized permit, what details are included?
So there will be approval number, serial number, and also it will also specify the type of trees to be felled by the permit holder.
Could you go down, please, my learned friend? Thank you very much. Tuan Hakim, as we can see, there are no approval numbers, serial numbers, or also the type of trees felled in this particular permit. Tuan Hakim, shall I continue and move on to my next question? Thank you, Tuan Hakim. Mr. Ahmad Ladidu, at the end of the day, what is the outcome of your investigation? What can you conclude, Mr. Ahmad Ladidu?
I can conclude that the permit was never authorized by the Forestry Department and the site was within the forest reserve area.
Thank you very much, Prosecution Witness 2. Tuan Hakim, I now offer Prosecution Witness 2 for cross-examination.
Before we moving on, so this witness, you have tendered only one exhibit, correct?
Yes, Tuan Hakim.
Mapping of the area. That is exhibit P6. Okay. And who prepared the map, Counsel?
Tuan Hakim, the map was prepared by the Sabah Forestry Department. Instructing Solicitor, would you like to share screen and display it to the court? Yeah,
okay.
Tuan Hakim, clearly it is the Jabatan Perhutanan Sabah.
Okay, all right.
Thank you, Tuan Hakim.
All right, Defense Counsel, you may now cross-examine the witness.
All right, thank you, Tuan Hakim. Mr. Ahmad, can you hear me?
Yes.
Mr. Ahmad, can you tell us what is your current position in Telepit Forestry Office?
I am the Assistant Forest District Officer at Telepit Forestry Office as an investigation officer.
Who has the liability to ensure that the permit is not a fake permit?
The Sabah Forestry Department itself.
Mr. Ahmad, can you tell us who can verify the permit for the logging activities?
The forestry department itself.
Do you refer to any chief conservator before coming into conclusion that the exhibit P3, the permit, was a fake permit?
Can you repeat the question again? Thank you.
Do you refer to, have you referred to any chief conservator before coming into conclusion that the alleged fake permit can be considered as a fake permit?
No, as I mentioned earlier, as our standard procedure, we will definitely call straight to the forestry department itself to confirm with them straight away.
Okay, is there any chief conservator that had told you that the permit was a fake permit?
No, but the forestry department confirmed with me that there was never ever an application for the alleged permit.
Ms. Abigail, Instructor Solicitor, could you please assist God to display the exhibit P3, the alleged fake permit? All right, thank you. Can you scroll down?
We are now looking at P3, right?
All right, yes, Tuan Hakim. Mr. Ahmad, as you can see in the permit, there is a signature of Miss Eunice Malis, the chief conservator of Sabah Forest. So are you trying to say that the signature of Miss Eunice Malis also is a fake signature?
As I mentioned to you earlier, I do not know about this, as I directly confirmed with the department itself. And from what I know, Eunice Malis is not the chief conservator for Sabah Forest Department.
There is no further question. Okay, thank you.
That will be all from the Defense Counsel.
Yes, Tuan.
Okay. Yes, Prosecutor, do you have any re-examination on this issue?
Yes, Tuan Hakim. May I proceed?
Yes, please.
Mr. Ahmad Ladido, how can a fake permit be verified to be fake in usual practice at the Sabah Forestry Department?
So, as we do not want to waste any time, especially when we are at the site, we will just call the forestry department to confirm whether there was an application or not. And when my colleague called and there was no verification, indeed, and I did the same thing as well, and I called to verify to two departments, and both until today verified to me that there was never ever an application made.
Mr. Ahmad Ladido, what is the function of a chief conservator?
To authorize permit.
Mr. Ahmad Ladido, if a chief conservator is not there, if a chief conservator has already given authorization, how would you then verify it? What system?
I will just call the forestry department, as all the system, as all the data will be provided to the department itself, and we do not need to make clarification with the chief conservator itself, as it will take time, especially when you're at the site. We just want to have the verification straight immediately.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ahmad Ladido. No further questions, Tuan Hakim. I may release the prosecution witness too.
Yes, the witness is released.
Thank you, Tuan Hakim.
Thank you, Tuan Hakim.
So, prosecution, do you have any more witnesses, or you choose to close your case now?
Tuan Hakim, the prosecution team would like to close the case as there is no other witnesses to be called.
All right. In normal practice, what we will do is we would like to have submissions by the parties at the end of prosecution case. But since we are constrained with time, and procedure here. So I would now declare that a prima facie has been proven, right, against the accused for him to answer the charge. Now, where is the accused? Where are you? Can you identify?
Yeah. Yes.
Yes, I'm Jet Majidi. Yes. You are on record as Alan Kusuma.
Yes.
Right? Okay, Mr. Alan Kusuma, the court found that there is a prima facie case against you of relating to the charge preferred against you. You hereby ordered by the court to enter your defense. Before that, the court would like to explain to you what are the options available for you. You have three options. One is to give sworn statement. Second option that you have is to give unsworn statement, which carries little weight as compared to the sworn statement. In a sworn statement, you may be cross-examined by the prosecutions, whereas in unsworn statement, you may not be cross-examined by the prosecutions. And the last option for you is, of course, to remain silent, upon which, if you choose to remain silent, the court will have to re-evaluate the evidence and give the verdict. Now, I know that you are represented by your counsels. Nevertheless, I have to ask you this. What are your options in defending yourself?
Tuan Hakim, may I have some time, please?
Yes, you can. You may confer with your counsels. Okay.
All right, much obliged. Tuan Hakim, I choose the first option, which is the sworn statement.
Sworn statement. All right. Okay. Defense counsel for Alan Kusuma, where are you? Please unmute yourself. Yes.
Here I am, Tuan. Can you
Okay.
hear me?
Yes. You may now proceed by calling your first witness.
Before proceed,
Oh
I
yeah.
will
Before
give
that,
some
you may
statement
want
for
to
defense.
give your opening statement, right?
Right. Thank you, Tuan.
All right. Okay.
Dengan izin Tuan, my name is Abdul Hakim, acting as the Chief Counsel, and together with me, Mr. Badri, my learned co-counsel. We are here to represent the client, Mr. Alan Kusuma, number IC 700-120-12575. Along this proceeding, the defense will receive assistance from defendant instructing solicitor, Ms. Abirah, defendant witness 1, Mr. Alan Kusuma, and defendant witness 2, Mr. Ewan Jusili. In this session, I will deliver defense opening statement for 5 minutes, whereby my co-counsel will deliver the closing submission for 20 minutes after we finish with examination in chief, cross-examination, and re-examination. My client was charged under Section 22 of the Forest Enactment 1968 on the crime of illegal logging. In brief, my client was accused of conducting logging in Tangkulak Forest Reserve without permission from state authorities. 1. A brief facts from defense views. My client had formed a contract with Maju Megah Cenderam Berhad, which intends to develop a resort in Tangkulak. As part of the agreement, my client was asked to make a forest clearing in the said area. My client had obtained the permit for the logging in Tangkulak Reserve legally with affirmation from Mr. Bonaventure. For the court information, Mr. Bonaventure was passed away on 28 March 2021. Thus, my client was informed by the operation manager in his meeting with the deceased on 17 March 2021 that the application of license received approval on 15 March 2021. The deceased also notified that the approval on the suka-suka log permit was recorded in the register of approved permit at Tangkolak Forestry Office. The logging activity was also done under close supervision by the Sabah Forestry Department, the state authorities. Later, my client was charged under Section 22 for logging without a license from state authorities. For us to create a reasonable doubt, we will explain two fundamental issues. Firstly, we submit that the application for logging or clearing forest was by the permission of Chief Conservator from Sabah Forestry Department. Second, we submit that the permission has been verified by the Telupit District Forestry Office. Tuan, the prosecution witness testimony had raised doubt on the prosecution case. The first witness from prosecution had shown to the court that Sabah Chief Conservator Telupit have the Sabah Chief Conservator have the highest authority to determine a forged permit. He also admitted that Datuk Bonaventure Sipaun is the forest officer in Telupit District Forestry Office. The prosecution second witness also testified that he has no knowledge who is the person in Sabah Forestry Department that verified the said permit. The defense also wishes to highlight the person who has authority under Forest Enactment 1968 to directly administer the administration of forest. Section 4.1 of Forest Enactment 1968 shall be read, subject to the general or special direction of the minister, the Chief Conservator shall be directly responsible for the administration of the forest of the state and shall, subject to the provisions of this enactment, have the general superintendence of all matters within the provisions of the enactment. In this section, the defense submit that it can be understood that it is important to refer directly to the Chief Conservator before conducting any permit to be invalid or fake permit. Tuan, allow me to introduce you to the two witnesses appearing in this honorable court. Our first witness will be Mr. Alan Kusuma, who is the director of Suka-Suka Log Sdn Bhd. He will testify on his application for the logging permit in Tangkolak Forest Reserve and Suka-Suka Log Sdn Bhd relationship with Maju Megah Sdn Bhd. Our second witness is Mr. Ewan Yusilin, who will testify on the countermeasure taken by Suka-Suka Log to verify the permit validity on how the logging activity was conducted. After this trial, the defense case will surpass beyond a reasonable doubt. The defense plead for careful observation from Tuan before passing the final verdict, as our client is truly not guilty. In alternative, even if our client is found guilty, my client did not know that the permit was a fake permit because Telupit Forestry District Office had verified the permit before. In addition, my client also had exercised all due diligence to prevent the commission thereof. With that, I request the court permission to call the first witness on behalf of defendant for examination in chief.
Okay. Yes, please.
Defense witness 1 can take the stand. Please state your full name and your identification number.
So my name is Alan Kusuma and my identification number is 700-120-125753.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony that you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, you may proceed.
Mr. Alan Kusuma, am I audible?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Can you tell the court about your current position?
I am the Chief Operating Officer, the CEO, and the majority shareholder of Suka-Suka Log Sdn Bhd, where I hold 70% of the shares.
When was Suka was incorporated?
It was incorporated on 15 January 2017.
What is the nature of the business of your company?
So my company is involved in logging activities.
Can you give a further explanation to the court about it?
So my
Objection,
general
Tuan
work-
Hakim. Opposing counsel has just asked a leading question to defense witness 1.
Third, counsel, would you like to rephrase your questions to the witness?
Can you give a further explanation on the nature of business of your company?
Tuan Hakim, objection.
Okay,
The
I will allow these questions. Okay, counsel.
Thank you, Tuan Hakim.
Thank you, Hakim. So my general worker will fell the identified trees, share of tree limbs, cut trees into desired length, and transport them to the company's sawmill.
Can you tell us about Maju Megah Sdn Bhd?
So we had our contract with Maju Megah Sdn Bhd, and they are responsible for the development of Tangkulak Resort in the Tangkulak Forest Reserve.
Who is the CEO of Maju Megah Sdn Bhd?
The CEO is Dato' Ahmad Zamani.
Do you know who is Mr. Mark Angus?
Yes, he is my site supervisor who gave the permit to the Teluput Forestry officers.
What about Mr. Ewan Yuselin?
He is my operations manager.
Can you tell to the court what is Mr. Ewan Yuselin works?
He helps me to obtain the permit and helps me to verify it.
Do you know Mr. Bonaventure Sipaun?
Yes, Mr. Bonaventure Sipaun
Objection,
is
Tuan
the,
Hakim. Counsel has again asked a leading question to defense witness 1.
Well, I would allow this as the question is directed to the identity of the witness. Okay.
Thank you, Tuan Hakim.
Proceed.
thank you. So yes, I know Mr. Bonaventure. He is the Teluput District Forestry officer. He was the one who responsible for giving the approval permit and registering my company's name in the register of approved permit. He was also the one who verified the limit of the permitted logging areas.
How much the cost of your company contract with Maju Megah Sdn Bhd?
The cost of our company's contract with Maju Megah Sdn Bhd was 1.7 million ringgit.
Are you well aware that the site is within Tangkulak Forest Reserve?
I am aware that we did logging in the area of Tangkulak Forest Reserve.
Ms. Instructor Solicitor from the defense team, can you help show to the court the map of Tangkulak Forest Reserve? Thank you. Can you confirm?
Zoom in first.
Uh,
Zoom in like 100%. Okay.
All right, thank you. Mr. Alan Kusuma, can you confirm to this court the location of the logging activities carried out at the moment?
Sure, my company did logging activities in the blue area.
All right, thank you. What are your company's obligations in the contract with Maju Megah Sdn Bhd?
So my company must do the forest clearing for Maju Megah Sdn Bhd to erect Tangkulak Resort. We also must obtain the permits from the government authorities.
Can you further clarify your contractual obligation?
My company has to clear the forest once the trees are identified and verified by the Teluput Forestry Office.
What are the other terms of the contract?
Specifically, we must perform the forest clearing within 6 months in that area, which is approximately 1,222 square kilometers. Besides, the contract specifically required us to fulfill all procedures for obtaining the permits from the government authorities.
Who is the person in charge of felling trees in the said area?
I have entrusted Mr. Ewan Yuselin as the operations manager to make the necessary plan of on felling the trees in the said area.
Were the felled trees from the said area removed?
No, we did not remove them from the said area, as Maju Megas Berhad will use them to erect the exclusive chalet.
What about Maju Megah obligations in the contract?
They should conduct the EIA because they will develop the resort in the said area.
Ms. Instructor Solicitor, please show to the court the permit. P3. All right, thank you. Mr. Alan Kusuma, can you tell to the court what is this document?
Yes, this is the same permit that I believe it is valid because it was signed by the Sabah Chief Conservator of Forests.
Who was the person who signed your company permit?
As stated on the permit, it was signed by Eunice Malis. She is an officer of the Sabah Forestry Department. She also has the authorization to sign on behalf of Sabah Chief Conservator of Forests.
Who has the responsibility to obtain permit from the government authority?
It's our company, Skuskalok Semberhad.
Tell the court about your permit for clearing the forest in the said area.
The permit on the forest clearing that I have obtained with the assistance of Datuk Kong was verified by the Tulipik District Forestry Officer, Mr. Bonaventure Die.
Do you take any further action to confirm the validity of the permit?
Yes, after obtaining the permit, I asked Mr. Iwan to verify the validity of the permit with the Tulipik Forest Office immediately.
Can you further explain the report from Mr. Iwan?
He said that he had met Mr. Bonaventure in person on 17 March 2021 at his office. Mr. Bonaventure informed that our application to clear the said area was approved on 15 March 2021. He also affirmed that the permit for my company to do forest clearing was approved and had been entered in the register of approved permit.
What did you and the workers do after you obtained the permit?
We identify the respective license area by marking the limit of the permitted logging areas, which have been verified by Mr. Bonaventure.
What are the other factors that made you feel assured that the permit was indeed a valid permit?
I feel assured that the permit is valid because the logging activities were supervised by the state authorities from the Sabah Forestry Department. Moreover, my company upholds ethics and adheres to the rules and regulations.
Can you explain what happened on 5th April 2021?
On the morning of 5th April 2021, my workers were stopped by the Tulipik Forestry officers at Tangkulak Forest Reserve area. Then they asked Mr. Mark Angus to furnish the work permit for the logging activities. Later, Mr. Iwan contacted me that the permit made by Tulipik Forestry officer was fake.
Did Mr. Mark give the original permit to the officers?
No, Mr. Mark gave the photocopy permit as the original copy is kept at our Kota Kinabalu's office.
Is it a norm for your company to only carry a photocopied permit at the site?
Yes, the policy of my company has always been to let the site supervisor carry a photocopy permit.
Do you have knowledge in respect of the allegation or the fake permit against your company?
No, it was beyond my knowledge. Actually, I was surprised because I had asked Mr. Bonaventure to verify the permit before, and I was informed that the permit was valid. Furthermore, I was informed that our company was listed in the register of the approved permit.
Are you aware that the EIA was not conducted in the said area?
My company has no knowledge about it, as the EIA process was the duty of Maju Megasnya Berhad.
All right, thank you. That's all the defense from the question from the defense counsel.
All right. Is there any exhibit that you would like to tender to this witness, counsel? At the moment?
There is no exhibit because
you'll be relying on the same exhibit tendered by the prosecutor, correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right. That will be all from examination in chief by the defense counsel.
Yes.
Okay. Yes. Who will be cross-examine this witness, prosecutor?
I will be cross-examine the defendant's first witness.
All right, you may proceed.
Before we begin, defense witness 1, how would you like me to address you?
You can address me as Mr. Allen.
Mr. Allen, right.
Mhm.
Now, Mr. Allen, if I may direct you to your witness statement, it's in page 9 of the defense materials.
All right.
Are you with me, Mr. Allen?
Yes.
Very well. Now, Mr. Allen, referring to paragraph 1 of your witness statement, Suka-Suka Lok Sendirian Berhad was incorporated on 15 January 2017, correct?
Yes.
And your company is involved in logging activities, is that right?
Yes.
Is this the first logging project that you have encountered?
Yes.
So you're saying that this is the first logging project that you have encountered and you have no experience prior to this for the past 4 years since your company incorporated in 2017.
Can you give me a moment, please?
Sure.
Let's see. Sorry, can you repeat your question?
Okay. My question is this the first logging project that you have encountered?
Yes.
It was the same answer as before. Yes. So you're saying that this is the first logging project since 2017 when your company was incorporated 4 years, and for the whole 4 years, this is the first project.
Yes.
Yes. So you would agree with me that you're inexperienced in logging activities.
Actually, from as we can see from the witness statement 2,
Yes. It's all right. Defendants witness 1. I'd like to move on to my next question. If I may have the permission from this honorable court, could we screen share the exhibit 3, the alleged fake permit? May we screen share, Tuan Hakim?
Yes.
Instructing solicitor, kindly screen share exhibit 3, the alleged fake permit.
P3, right?
P3, yes. Mr. Allen, is this the document you are referring to as your permit to fell the trees?
yes.
So you would agree with me that this is the one permit you need in order to fell the trees in the forest reserve area?
Yes, it is.
Very well. Would you agree with me that all the information of the permit is in this one page that we are looking at, or did I miss out anything?
This is the permit that I believe it is valid.
Okay, so this is the one page, yeah? We didn't miss out anything, yeah?
All right, yes.
So I put forward to you that you have obtained no other permit from the forestry department except for this one page document. This is the permit.
Yes.
And you are relying on this particular document as the permit to fell the trees in Tangkurak Forest Reserve, correct?
Yes.
Very well. I would like to move on to my next line of questions. Do you agree that under the contract with Maju Megah, Suka-Suka Lok Sendirian Berhad is supposed to obtain the permit according to paragraph 10 of your witness statement?
Wait. Paragraph 10. Can you repeat the question, please? Sorry.
It's referring to paragraph 10.
Instructing solicitor, Ms. Abigail, do you have or anyone who has the control of the screen, do you have the witness statement with you guys, with you, all of you?
Defense instructing solicitor,
Yes,
can
you
I
can.
have your assistance?
You can put it on screen, the witness statement, so that we can all of us have a look at the witness statement and
Much obliged.
refer to the particular paragraph or questions.
Defense instructing solicitor, could you present the materials from your team?
Yes, Amira,
Yes, can I have a moment?
can you put on the screen the witness statements? Oh.
Yes, but can I have a moment?
Yes, sure.
Thank you, instructing solicitor for the defense team. Could you go to page 10, paragraph 10? Okay, thank you. So referring to this, I'm basing on what you've said here. You agree that under the contract with Maju Megah, Suka-Suka Lok Sendirian Berhad is supposed to obtain the permit.
Yes, we need to obtain a permit from the government authorities.
Okay, thank you. Now please refer to paragraph 6. Paragraph 6, instructing solicitor. Thank you. You said that you obtained the permit through Datuk Kong Kali Kong, yes?
Yes, but
You
he
agree? Thank you. You can provide your explanation later during the examination. Do you agree that Datuk Kong Kali Kong is not a party to the contract with Maju Megah?
Yes,
So I put it forward that Datuk Kong Kali Kong is not supposed to be the one to get the permit, yes or no?
he just assists me to obtain the permit.
Yes or no? Mr. Allen, is he supposed to get the permit?
Yes,
He is supposed to be the one to get the permit. Is that what you're saying?
yes,
But based on the contract, Suka-Suka Lok Sendirian Berhad is supposed to be the one to get the permit, and you're conflicting yourself here, Ms. Allen.
Objection. Leading question.
Objection overruled. Mr. Allen, you must answer the questions.
Okay, Ms. Allen.
all right.
Do you
Ask your
understand the
question.
question given? The question given is that first, it has 2 points. First, come again. In your answer, you said that you obtained this permit from Kong Kali Kong, Datuk Kong Kali Kong, correct?
Yes,
And the next question coming from prosecutor is that Kong Kali Kong is not party to the agreement, and your answer is correct.
yes,
And the last question from prosecutor is Kong Kali Kong, Datuk Kong Kali Kong is not supposed to get the permit. How do you explain this position? Because he's not a party, so he has no business getting the permit. How do you explain this?
as I had admit that my company has I would say that we got the assist. I assume that the Kinabalu Lembu Berhad has the experience for obtaining the permit. So we are taking some precaution by ask for assistance from Datuk Pong Kalikong.
All right, very well then. I'll move on to the next question, yeah, Mr. Allen. Now in paragraph 7, you said that it never comes to your mind that Datuk Pong Kalikong will double cross you, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So is it correct to say that you never doubted Datuk Pong Kalikong?
Yes.
You trust him 100% of his work?
Actually, regarding to the permit, although I have trusted him, but I have done my part.
You trusted him. That is my question. Do you trust him on his work? Yes or no?
I partially trusted him.
You partially trust him. So it is an indication that you yourself cannot be 100% sure of the validity of the permit obtained through Datuk Pong Kalikong.
I am sure that it is valid after I verify again with Mr. Bonaventure.
All right. Then please refer to paragraph 9 of your witness statement. Could you scroll down a little bit more? Thank you. Do you agree with me that you would not know how Mr. Bonaventure goes about the procedure of your application of permit?
I as my company, as the logging activities, should not know what happened in the forestry department. So the process should be. Sorry. Sorry. Is there any audio?
Yeah, we have problem with the audio.
Sure.
Do you have, can you guys hear artists properly or what? I have problem hearing you guys.
I have the same problem as well.
I also.
Problem Tuan Hakim.
It happens to everyone. We stop here. Can we have testing? Can we have organizing committee? Hold on. Is everything okay? Maybe it's line problem. No, it's not a line problem. Testing, mic 1, 2, 3.
Testing.
Yes, then we have a system problem. No.
My learned friend Lee, I suggest you unmute and mute and unmute again to see if we can rectify the problem.
What about now?
Still not clear.
Still not clear.
I think it's yours, Lee, because it's really bad when it comes from you.
Is it okay if I open the meeting and join?
Tuan Hakim, I think my learned friend just asked if it's okay if she leave the meeting and rejoin. Is that okay, Tuan Hakim?
I can hear you correct and no problem. Let me try one by one. Else, I can hear you nicely. Abigail, can you speak?
Am I audible, Tuan Hakim?
Yes, please. Good. Alan Kasuma.
Yes. Do you hear?
Nice. Badri.
Yes, Tuan Hakim.
Nice. Amira. Unmute first.
Yes. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes. All right. Hakim?
Yes, am I audible?
Yes. Okay. So that means there appears to be a problem with internet connection with our leading prosecutor. Can you try again?
Hello?
Again?
Hello?
Yeah.
Am I audible?
No, we can't hear you. You may want to leave and then
Rejoin.
yes, rejoin. We all
Alright.
will stay here. Don't worry.
Okay. Very sorry for the
No
inconvenience
problem.
caused.
No problem.
Can everyone hear me clearly?
Yes.
Yes.
Wonderful. All right, now back to the cross-examination, instructing solicitor for the defense. If I can have your assistance to project paragraph 9 of the witness statement. Please refer to paragraph 9. And do you agree with me that you would not know how Mr. Bonaventure goes about the procedure of your application of permit?
Yes, because I believe it is internal process of the forestry department.
Right, so you are
yes.
concluding that you would not know, right? Okay.
Yes.
Now, your operation manager, Yvonne Jocelyn, states that the approval was entered in the register of approved permit, right?
Yes.
Do you agree with me that Mr. Ewan Jocelyn did not bring any written proof of such discovery when he told you about this?
It is and
Did he bring
it's
written proof?
sorry.
Did he bring written proof?
The question
Yes.
addressed to you is, did you see any written confirmation? Did he bring any written confirmation to you?
The permit that has signed by the Eunice Marlis, that is the permit.
No, the register of approved permit, because your operation manager states that the approval was entered in the register of approved permit. This is what he told you, correct?
All right.
And did he bring any written proof of such discovery?
No.
No. In the okay, sorry, my apologies. And at paragraph 12, thank you. You have mentioned that all logging activities were done under close supervision from the state authorities, correct?
Yes.
So you are suggesting that the state authorities do approve the legality of your logging activities there?
Yes.
Yes or no? Yes. Okay. So do you agree with me that other than Mr. Bonaventure, there are actually other state authorities to prove the legality of your actions?
Yes. The state authorities from the Sabah Forest Department.
Very well. Are they called as witness to the court today?
No.
May I know why are they not called as witness?
Objection. The leading question to the witness.
No, this overrule. The witness can answer that.
Because I have no knowledge about who is the state authorities. It was under the power of Mr. Bonaventure.
So what you were saying that you confirm that there are other state authorities to approve the legality, but you don't know who are they.
Can you simplify the question, please?
So you are saying that you
Yes.
confirm that there are other state authorities who can prove the legality, but you don't know who can prove the legality.
I believe it is internal management from the Sabah Forestry because it was their duty to ensure that we follow the rules. And also, I believe that from the sign of Yunis Malis, the Chief Conservator of Sabah, I believe that from the Sabah Forest Department has must done their part to supervise us, as it is the forest reserve.
Okay, very well. Moving on, Tuan Hakim, may I ask for permission to screen share Exhibit 1, the notice of seizure once again?
Okay. When the witness be referred to Exhibit P1, notice of seizure. Anyone can share. Abigail can share, or Husna Amira can share. No problem.
I'll share, Tuan Hakim. Please give me a moment.
Thank you very much, Abigail. Mr. Allen, do you see the document called Notice Penitaan?
Yes, I see.
Do you see that before the table there is a paragraph in Bahasa Malaysia?
Yes.
And the third line states that the items in this notice when done belongs to the person who signs off as the owner of the items, yes?
Yes.
Moving on to the items in the table, just a reminder again that the organizers had clarified that there's a typographical error. So as per the clarifications, there are 70 kayu belian, 131 kayu agar wood, and a total of 120 felled trees. Is that correct, Mr. Allen? As per the clarification?
Yes.
Now please go down to part C, account penerimaan notice. Do you see that the owner part was signed by Mark Angus?
Yes, because as you stated, as you have examined your witness, you said that you have brought Mark Angus to the Telupit Forestry Office. So he is my, he is on behalf of my company to sign.
Okay, so you are admitting that you do know Mark Angus, and according to this document, all the items, including the logs and felled trees, belong to Mark Angus, right? As per this document.
It belong to my company, but Mark Angus just as my representative, as he was the one at the Forest Club Reserve, Forest Club Reserve when you captured them.
Very well. So you admit that these items are belonging of your company, correct?
Yes.
I'm therefore putting forward to you that there's no dispute that it is you or agents under your instructions are the ones who felled the trees. Because you just said the items belong to your company.
Okay.
Okay. Now, would you go to number 11 of the witness statement? Defense instructing solicitor. Thank you very much. Paragraph 11. You said that the duty to conduct the EIA lies with Maju Megah.
Yes,
correct?
It is.
Would you agree that you and your company have nothing to do with the process of conducting the EIA?
Yes, it is stated in the contract between my company and Maju Megah Berhad.
Very well. So you are confirming that there's no involvement at all from your side relating to the EIA.
Yes.
And you are not made aware of anything related to the EIA.
We have no knowledge because it is their duty.
Okay, you have no knowledge, right? That's
Yes.
what you're saying. All right, thank you. And so coming back to paragraph 4 of your statement. At the last sentence, you said that the development of Tangkulat Reserve will undoubtedly bring socio-economic benefits to the locals, right?
Yes.
Do you agree that
But-
it is, do you agree that it is impossible for you to make such inference accurately because you do not know the environmental impact of this project?
It is assured by the CEO of Majlis Pegasan Berhad, Dato' Ahmad Zamani.
So
We
you're
as
just
a
basing on his words.
Yes, and we
Okay,
only
thank
adhere
you.
to the contract.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I've gotten the answer. You can explain further during the examination.
All right. Thank you.
Also, with reference to paragraph 5, the first sentence, can I confirm that Suka-Suka Lok Sendirian Berhad is responsible for forest clearing in the site?
Mhm.
Can I direct you back to paragraph 4? The second line of your witness statement. Could you read out the last sentence in the second line starting from I know that?
I
Could you
know
read out
that
to the
the
court?
site is within Tangkulat Forest Reserve.
So I am putting forward to you that the felling of trees done by Suka-Suka Lok Sendirian Berhad was from Forest Reserve. Yes?
Sorry, Prosecutor, which paragraph are we referring to?
Paragraph 4, the second line of the witness, starting from I know that.
All right.
He stated that I know that the site is within Tangkulat Forest Reserve. So I'm putting forward to you, Mr. Allen, that the felling of trees done by Suka-Suka Lok Sendirian Berhad was from Forest Reserve, correct?
Yes, it is in the area of Forest Reserve.
Okay, very well, thank you. And finally, in paragraph 2 of your witness statement, you stated that your worker's job is to fell trees, shear off tree limbs, cut trees into desired lengths and transport to the company's sawmill, correct?
Yes, that is the general
Okay.
what general logging activities.
Could you now go to paragraph 3 of your witness statement and read out the first sentence?
On the morning of 5th April 2021, my workers were stopped from their work by the forestry officers at Tangkulat Forest Reserve area.
And would you agree with me? Oh, my apologies for interrupting. Have you finished reading the sentence?
But do I need to speak out or just read silently?
Could you read out to the court for the first sentence in paragraph 3?
So on the morning of 5th April 2021, my workers were stopped from their work by the Telupi forestry officers at the Tangkulat Forest Reserve area.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
So you will agree with me that on the morning of 5th of April 2021, your workers were working in Tangkulat Forest Reserve.
Yes.
And I'm also correct to say that your workers' job include felling of trees.
Yes.
So I put forward to you that your workers were felling trees in Tangkulat Forest Reserve on the 5th of April 2021. Yes or no?
Yes.
Thank you very much. That is all for the cross-examination from Prosecution Counsel 1.
All right. Yes, Defense Counsel, you may now begin your re-examination on the witness.
Thank you, Tuan. Allow me to re-examine the first witness, Mr. Alan Kusuma. Mr. Alan Kusuma, how are you sure that the permit you got from Datuk Kong Kalikong is valid?
I'm sure because it is further verified by the Telupi District Forestry Officer, Mr. Bonaventure. Besides the approval for our company was already entered in the register of approved permit. And also as stated on the permit, it was Yunis Malis, who is an officer of the Sabah Forestry Department, who are authorized to sign on behalf of Sabah Chief Conservator of Forests.
Can I know why did your company proceeds with the logging activities when the EIA process has not been done?
Tuan Hakim, objection, leading question from the defense counsel.
Come again, the questions.
Can I know why did your company proceed with the logging activities despite EIA process has not been done?
Tuan Hakim, objection.
Yes, I would allow these questions.
Thank you, Tuan Hakim.
So the AIA process was beyond our knowledge as it is the duty of Majlis Tugas yang Berhad, and I believe that it was their obligation to do so. And the CEO of Majlis Tugas yang Berhad gave assurance that they got special permission by the state authority in order to develop their exclusive chalet. And also, I've already seen that my company name has been inserted in the register of approved permit.
Do you know what is the special permission?
No, but I know that it has given by the state authority.
Right. How are you sure that the permit is valid as there is no record anywhere?
First, because it has further verified by Mr. Bonaventure, the Teluk Forestry District Officer, and also the approval for Skuskal Log Berhad was already entered in the register of approved permit, where Mr. Bonaventure showed me the register and I saw my company's name on it.
Again, I asked the question about what is your relationship with Majlis Tugas yang Berhad for the court intention?
So my company was awarded a contract with Majlis Tugas yang Berhad worth 1.7 million ringgit, which we need to do the forest clearing for Majlis Tugas yang Berhad to erect their exclusive chalet.
Do you agree that your company must get permit in order to do logging activities?
On speaker, objection, leading question.
Yes, yes. Counsel, please rephrase your questions.
Do you agree that your company has the duty to get the logging permit?
Yes, I do agree.
It's the leading question.
Yeah, these are leading questions, Counsel.
Pardon? Can I know who authorized you to fell the trees?
Sorry, my apologies.
Can I know who authorized Suka Log to fell the trees?
Who authorized? My company obliged to do the logging activities and obtain the permit from the government authorities.
All right, that's all the question from the defense counsel. Therefore, I ask the court to release the first witness from the witness box.
Mr. Allen, you hereby released from the witness testimony.
Thank you, Tuan Hakim.
Before we proceed with the second witness from the defense counsel, I suggest we all take a 5-minute recess. Okay. 5 minutes from now, we shall reconvene at 10:51. Okay. Thank you.
Much obliged, Tuan Hakim.
Much obliged.
Tuan Hakim.
Everyone, the court now is in sessions. Yes, defense counsel, you may now call your second witness to the stand.
Thank you, Tuan Hakim. Allow me to call for the second witness, Mr. Iwan Yuselin, the operation manager for Sekolah Sdn Bhd.
Second witness, please take the stand. Please state your full name and your identification number.
My name is Iwan Jocelyn. My identification number is 720125125963.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony that you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
You may proceed.
Mr. Iwan, can you tell us what is your current position in Sekolah Sdn Bhd?
I work as the operations manager of Sekolah Sdn Bhd.
Since when you have been working with Sekolah Sdn Bhd?
I've been working in that position since January 2019.
Can you tell us when was this Sekolah Sdn Bhd company was incorporated?
It was incorporated on 15 January 2017.
What is the nature of the business for Sekolah Sdn Bhd?
Basically, my company is involved in logging activities.
Mr. Iwan, if you don't mind, can you please explain more what do you mean by the logging activities?
Sure. So the general workers will fell the identified trees, and then they will shear off tree limbs and cut trees into desired lengths and transport it to the company's sawmill.
Is there any logging activities that being carried out by your company at the moment?
Yes,
Tuan
they are.
Hakim, objection, leading question, Tuan Hakim.
No, I will allow that.
Thank you, Tuan Hakim, much obliged.
Yes, they are. The logging activities were carried out at Tangkulak Forest Reserve.
Mr. Instructor Solicitor, could you please assist court to display the map for the logging activities? Could you please zoom a little bit, please, Instructor Solicitor? All right, Mr. Iwan, please go. All right, Mr. Iwan, can you confirm to the court the location of the logging activities that being carried out at the moment based
Sure.
on the map displayed?
Sure. My company did the logging activities in the blue dot area.
All right. Was there any officers that supervised the logging activities in Tangkulak Forest Reserve?
All activities carried out at the Tangkulak Forest Reserve were done legally with constant supervision from the state authorities.
As you stated that there was constant supervision by state authority, can you tell us who are the state authorities that constantly supervise all activities carried out in Tangkulak Forest Reserve?
Sabah Forestry Department.
Can you tell us what had happened on 5th April 2021?
Sure. So the workers at Tangkulak Forest Reserve were stopped from their work by Telupit Forestry officers, and the site supervisor, Mr. Mark Angus, was asked by the officers to furnish the work permit for such activities. Then Mr. Mark Angus showed the photocopied permit to them.
How did you know about the allegation by Telupit Forestry Office?
Mr. Mark Angus informed me about the forged permit allegation made by Telupit Forestry Office, and then I immediately informed Mr. Alan Kusuma about it, which he denied profusely.
Who is Mr. Alan Kusuma?
Mr. Alan Kusuma is the CEO of Sekolah Sdn Bhd.
Can you tell us why did the site supervisor only carry out the photocopy permit at the site?
Apparently, it is a part of our company's policy to let the site supervisor carry a photocopy permit at the site, while the original copy will be kept at our office in Kota Kinabalu.
Mr. Instructor, could you please once again assist court to display the permit of the all right.
This is P3, right?
Yes, P3. All right, Mr. Iwan. Can you tell the court what is this document?
Sure. This is the work permit shown by Mr. Mark Angus to the Telupit Forestry officers.
Who was the person who signed your company's permit?
As stated on the permit, it was signed by Eunice Marlis. She's an officer of the Sabah Forestry Department, and she also has the authorization to sign on behalf of Sabah's Chief Conservator of Forests.
Who was the one that approved the permit?
The permit approved by the Telupit District Forestry Officer, Mr. Bonaventure Die.
Was there any effort made by your side or by your company to verify the validity of the permit?
Yes, of course. I was asked by Mr. Alan Kusuma to make an appointment immediately with Mr. Bonaventure, the Telupit District Forestry Officer, in order to verify the permit.
So when did you meet Mr. Bonaventure?
I met him on 17 March 2021.
How did Mr. Bonaventure prove that the permit was verified?
Mr. Bonaventure actually showed me the register of the approved permit, and I saw that my company's name was stated in that register. So it is proof that our permit to fell the trees in Tangkulak Forest Reserve has been verified.
So how did you respond to the allegation of the fake permit by Sabah Forestry Department?
I was extremely shocked upon hearing of the allegation fake permit because as I've stated before, our company was listed in the register on 17 March. Besides, it was beyond my comprehension when Sabah Forestry Department denied that it has never received our application to do forest clearing at Tangkulak Forest Reserve, neither at Telupit Forestry Office nor at the Sabah Forestry headquarters in Sandakan.
Mr. Iwan, can you tell us how are you convinced that the permit that your company received is not a fake permit?
I am sure and convinced that the permit received is not a fake permit because I believe that Suka-Suka Laksana Berhad was given a proper approval from the state authorities, and all activities carried out at Tangkulak Forest Reserve were done legally with constant supervision from the state authorities.
Mr. Iwan, can you tell us what is your company's relationship with Maju Megah Sdn Bhd?
Maju Megah Sdn Bhd, who was the one who awarded my company a contract amounting 1.7 million ringgit to cut down trees in Tangkulak Forest Reserve.
When was the contract with Maju Megah Sdn Bhd been signed?
The contract was signed on 3rd March of 2021.
How did you know about this contract?
Mr. Alan Kusuma informed me about it on 28 February 2021.
What did Maju Megah Sdn Bhd ask your company to do in this contract?
Maju Megah Sdn Bhd had asked our company to cut down trees in Tangkulak Forest Reserve.
Why did Maju Megah Sdn Bhd ask for the forest clearing in the said area?
It was for them to develop and construct an exclusive Tangkulak resort in the said area.
Can you tell us what is your company's role in the contract with Maju Megah Sdn Bhd?
We have to clear the said area of approximately 1,222 square kilometers within 6 months from the signing date. Besides that, we need to identify the number of general workers to carry out the forest clearing, and we also need to obtain permit from the government authority.
Was there any disruption happen during the forest clearing process?
Yes, there is. The forest clearing was disrupted by heavy rains in most afternoons. Therefore, on Saturday, 3rd April 2021, the workers through site supervisor, Mr. Mark Angus, sought my permission to carry out their work over the weekend as the weather was very good.
All right, Mr. Iwan, were there any workers from Maju Megah Sdn Bhd at the site, at the logging activity site?
Yes. The workers of Maju Megah Sdn Bhd were at the site as they were planning for the construction of exclusive chalets by trees that felled by our workers.
Mr. Iwan, can you tell us how do you usually conduct your workers during the logging activities?
As I am an experienced operations manager, I will always ensure my subordinates to do not cause excessive disruption to environment. And our company also has a strict standard operating procedure, SOP, when it comes to logging activities.
You stated that your company had a strict SOP, right? So what is the SOP or standard operating procedure underlined by your company in doing the logging activities?
So first, before we commence our logging activities, we mark the respective license area
and it is further verified by the Telupit District Forestry Officer himself. Thus, we had strictly adhered to our SOP.
So when did you identify your respective license area for the logging activities in your current project?
It was on 24th March 2021.
How did you identify your respective license area?
We identified our respective license area by appropriate marking to determine the limit of the permitted logging areas.
So who was the officer who verified the identified respective license area?
It was Mr. Bonaventure Die, who is the District Forestry Officer.
Right. Mr. Iwan, how can you convince the court that your company would not commit such illegal logging activities?
Our company would not commit such illegal logging activities as we will never cause any adverse effect upon communities, environment, and the ecosystem in our forest management unit. Furthermore, our company was acknowledged as one of the star performers in implementing sustainable forest management for 2 years in a row since 2019.
Why was your company been acknowledged as the star performers in implementing sustainable forest management?
It is because our company was in compliance with the requirements of long-term license agreement and forest management.
Right, Mr. Iwan, for the last question, what does it mean that Suku Sekolah Sungai Berhad is a holder under Sustainable Forest Management license agreement?
In simple words, it means that our company must follow sustainable forest management principles to address community issues, and we must also implement social forestry projects within forest management unit if there are communities within the forest boundaries.
Thank you, Mr. Iwan. There is no further question.
Hakim, you're muted.
Sorry, from this witness, there is no exhibit tendered, correct, Counsel?
Yes, yes, okay.
You're relying on the all exhibit P1 until P6.
Yes, okay.
All right. Yes, cross-examine process may proceed now.
Thank you, Tuan Hakim. Defense witness 2, how may I address you throughout this cross-examination process?
You can call me Mr. Iwan.
Thank you very much. Mr. Iwan, please state your position in Suka Suka Long Sdn Bhd.
I work as operations manager in Suka Suka Long Sdn Bhd.
Mr. Iwan, is this Suka Suka Long Sdn Bhd's first logging contract?
No, it was not.
Mr. Iwan, I would like to reiterate my question. Are you sure that this is not your first logging contract?
No.
Mr. Iwan, who is Mr. Alan Kusuma?
Mr. Alan Kusuma is the CEO of Suka Suka Long Sdn Bhd.
Are you in agreement with me that he is your employer and your superior?
Yes.
Mr. Alan Kusuma has stated that this was the first logging contract. So would you like to rephrase your answer?
No.
So you are in conformity and in your first statement in saying that this is not the first logging project of Suka Suka Long Sdn Bhd.
Yes.
Right, thank you very much. Mr. Yvonne, would you agree with me that you were made aware of the contract between Maju Megah Sdn Bhd and Suka Suka Long Sdn Bhd?
Yes.
Wouldn't you agree with me about Suka Suka's initiative to get Datuk Kong Kali Kong to procure the license was not stipulated in the original contract between Suka Suka Long Sdn Bhd and Maju Megah Sdn Bhd?
My apology, can you please rephrase your question?
Wouldn't you agree with me that the procuring of license, as did by Mr. Alan Kusuma, which is the CEO of Suka Suka Long Sdn Bhd, was that stipulated? The fact that he was able to get a license through Mr. Datuk Kong Kali Kong, was that stipulated in the original contract between Suka Suka Long Sdn Bhd and Maju Megah Sdn Bhd?
That was quite a length question. Counsel, can you
rephrase
it in a better terms? I also find it very hard to get
Sure,
here.
Hakim. Wouldn't you agree with me that in the original contract between Suka-Suka Lok Sdn Bhd and Maju Megah Sdn Bhd, Dato' Kong Kali Kong's name was not referred even once?
Yes.
As per the contract between Suka-Suka Lok Sdn Bhd and Maju Megah Sdn Bhd, whose prerogative is it to obtain such license? Whose prerogative is it to obtain such license?
As for information, as I've stated before, Mr. Kong Kali Kong only assists us to.
Mr. Yvonne, that was not my question. My question is this. Okay. To ease your burden, could the instructing solicitor of the defense please open paragraph 5, sentence 3 of the defense witness statement?
I'm sorry, could I have a moment?
Sure, no problem.
Paragraph?
Paragraph 5, sentence number 3. Mr. Yvonne,
Yes.
could you please read sentence number 3 of paragraph 5?
I think
From the terms. Yeah, the terms.
The terms in the contract specifically provided that all procedures relating to obtaining permits from the government authorities must be performed by Suka-Suka Lok Sdn Bhd.
Mr. Yvonne, wouldn't you agree with me that as per the contract between Suka-Suka Lok Sdn Bhd and Maju Megah Sdn Bhd, who is it to obtain such license?
Suka-Suka Lok Sdn Bhd, our company.
Wouldn't you then agree with me that Suka-Suka Lok Sdn Bhd is solely responsible for procuring such license?
Yes, in obtaining the permit, yes.
Can you please tell me whose name is attached and signed in the license permit? In lieu of that, I would like to ask prosecution, I would like to ask defense instructing solicitor to show exhibit P3. My learned friend, could you please zoom at the second sentence, which is lesen ini membenarkan? Thank you very much. Now, Mr. Yvonne, can you please tell me whose name is attached and signed in the license permit?
It was Alan Kusuma,
Right. Who is Mr. Alan Kusuma?
CEO of Suka-Suka Lok Sdn Bhd.
Do you then also agree with me that the holder of the license, and I mean the sole holder of the license, is Mr. Alan Kusuma?
Yes.
Would you then also agree with me that since he's the holder of such license, any liability conferred on such veracity of the license is also under Mr. Alan Kusuma?
Yes.
Hence, it's true that he is the one responsible for procuring a valid license.
No.
Mr. Yvonne, you have told us that he is the CEO of Maju Megah Sdn Bhd. You have also told us that in this particular license, it is Mr. Alan Kusuma's name. Then you proceeded to tell me, when I asked you on the liability, you stated that yes, it is the liability of the sole holder. Then, and my concluding question, it was, is it true that he is responsible for procuring a valid license? Do you still want to say no, or is it a yes?
Yes, I revoked my answer just now. It is a yes.
I put it to you, Mr. Yvonne, that the sole responsibility in procuring license for the particular work done and Telungkap Forest Reserve is in the prerogative of Mr. Alan Kusuma, the CEO of Suka-Suka Lok Sdn Bhd. You agree?
Yes, I agree.
Moving on. Mr. Yvonne, do you agree with me that you play a major role in verifying the veracity of the permit?
Yes.
Objection, Tuan.
Yes, state your objections.
There is a leading question.
Overruled.
Mr. Yvonne, I would like to repeat my question. Mr. Yvonne, do you agree with me that you play a major role in verifying the veracity of the permit?
I believe I'm not a major.
Mr. Yvonne, I would like to remind you that you are under oath, and I want to remind you that the question is as such. Mr. Yvonne, do you agree with me that you play a major role in verifying the veracity of the permit?
Yes.
All right. Now, Mr. Yvonne, do you agree with me that in general due diligence, general due diligence has to be exercised in multiple levels in order to verify that a particular permit is actually authorized?
Yes.
Do you then also agree with me, Mr. Yvonne, that it's important to understand the true source of a permit for verification purposes?
Yes.
Mr. Yvonne, do you agree with me that the process of getting a permit is intricate?
Sorry, what is the meaning of that?
I'm sorry, Mr. Yvonne. Mr. Yvonne, do you agree with me that the process of getting a permit is difficult in its nature?
Objection, Tuan. I think the question is irrelevant to the fact. Yes.
I will allow this question.
Thank you, Tuan Hakim. Mr. Yvonne, I repeat, do you agree with me that the process of obtaining a license is difficult?
Yes.
Mr. Yvonne, would you then agree with me that you do not have any technical background insofar as to verifying the veracity of a state permit?
Yes.
I would like to refer you to paragraph 11, sentence 1. Instructing Solicitor of the Defense, could you please screencast? Thank you. Paragraph 11, sentence 1. Could you please read paragraph 1, sentence 1 for me, please, Mr. Yvonne?
Sure. I am an experienced operations manager, and I will always ensure that my subordinates do not cause excessive disruption to environment.
Do you then agree with me, Mr. Yvonne, that your experience on operations management as comparison to your experience in verifying a permit are totally two different things?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Yvonne. Mr. Yvonne, would you agree with me, as the head of operation, the extent to your knowledge when it comes to state permit licenses, it's limited? Would you agree with me in that?
Yes.
How long, Mr. Yvonne, have you been working for Suka Sukalong Sdn Bhd?
I've been working for Suka Sukalong Sdn Bhd for 2 years.
Would you agree with me that 2 years of working in a company that does logging permit clearance and so on is actually a short duration of time?
No.
So 2 years, in your opinion, is to consider experience enough?
Pardon? I could not hear your...
Is 2 years of working enough to call yourself an experienced operations manager?
Objection, Tuan Hakim. I think the question is irrelevant to the fact. Yes.
I will allow that questions. The witness, do you understand the questions?
Yes.
The questions given to you, whether you agree or not that 2 years can be considered as an experienced of a manager.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Yvonne. Mr. Yvonne, now I would like to refer you to paragraph 6 and the last sentence of paragraph 6. Instructions lister, paragraph 6, please. Last sentence. Could you please read the last sentence?
In what paragraph?
Paragraph 6, the last sentence of paragraph 6.
I was then asked by Mr. Alan Kusuma to immediately verify the permit with the Lupit Forestry Office immediately.
Mr. Yvonne, would you then agree with me that the onus of verifying the permit is on you, as you have a 1.7 million ringgit contract at stake?
Tuan Hakim, I think the question is irrelevant to the fact.
Come again with questions.
All right, I shall ask my question again. Would you agree, Mr. Yvonne, that the onus of verifying the permit is on you, as you have a 1.7 million ringgit contract at stake?
I will allow this question for the witness.
Yes.
So you agree that you have the onus on verifying the permit, yes?
In verifying the permit,
The onus on verifying the permit, yes.
the Telupit Forestry Office, right?
I'm rephrasing my question. You were asked to verify the permit in paragraph 6 in the last sentence. Is that right?
Yes.
You have the onus on verifying it, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Would you then agree with me that the crux of your whole contract between Suka-Suka Lok Sdn Bhd and Maju Megah Sdn Bhd lies with the authenticity and the veracity of the permit?
Yes.
Would you also say that 1.7 million is a huge sum?
Objection.
Yes.
So, okay, I think the question is irrelevant to the court. Yes.
Where are you leading? In what direction you are asking these questions, prosecutor?
Well, Hakim, the direction that I'm leading to the question is to look into the state of mind of the witness in regards to, does she know how much of stake is in her hands in regards to verifying the permit?
Got it. Yes, the witness, the question, please answer the questions. The questions given to you is, what do you feel about 1.7 million? Is it big for your company or is it small for your company?
It is a big amount.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Yvonne. Mr. Yvonne, would you agree with me that you needed to conduct due diligence?
Yes.
All right. I would like to refer, I would like the plaintiff, I would like the defense instructing solicitor to look into paragraph 8 of the statement. All right. Mr. Yvonne, could you read the first sentence for me?
Paragraph 8.
Yes, the first sentence.
A week later, we have identified our respective license area by appropriate marking.
All right, thank you. Mr. Yvonne, would you agree with me that getting the license to carry out the work in a forest reserve is independent from your marking to the area?
Could you please rephrase?
In regards to the markings that I've done, would it mean that marking done would already be an authorization for you to conduct the felling of trees in the forest, in the Telupit forest?
Yes, I believe it was an express authorization.
No, that was not my question. My question is this: do you believe that by marking the area, that's already enough for you to say that you have a verified license?
Yes.
You said that there is already enough to say just by marking the particular areas that you already have a verified license.
Yes.
Okay, great. May I please direct you to paragraph 7 of your witness statement? Paragraph 7 of your witness statement. Can you read for me the first 2 sentences of your witness statement?
On 17 March 2021, I made an appointment to see Mr. Bonaventure Sipaon in person at the Telupit Forestry Office.
All right. Mr. Yvonne, would you agree with me that the only due diligence you carried out was by meeting Mr. Bonaventure?
No.
I would like to remind you that you are under oath and that in the entirety of your witness statement, you do not mention any other verification method. So I'd like to ask you again, Mr. Yvonne, would you agree with me that the only due diligence you carried out was meeting with Mr. Bonaventure?
Was meeting him and making sure that...
Yes, of course. Was it the only due diligence you have done?
Yes.
Mr. Yvonne, would you then also agree with me that you have no knowledge whatsoever or no prior knowledge whatsoever on how Mr. Bonaventure procured the particular permit?
Yes.
Would you then also agree with me that you have no knowledge of how what Mr. Bonaventure did after you left the meeting in regards to the permit?
Yes.
Would you then also agree with me that when Mr. Bonaventure showed you the register of permit, you had no way of certainty in obtaining the veracity of such a register? When you looked at that register, there is no way that you are certain that that register is an official register. Would you agree with me?
I am certain when I saw my company's name on the register.
I would like to ask the question again. Would you then agree with me that when Mr. Bonaventure showed you the register of permit, you had no way of certainly telling or certainly concluding the veracity of such register?
No.
You had no way of telling whether or not such register was official, right?
No.
All right, you have no way. Thank you very much. Mr. Yvonne, do you agree with me? Then the onus of do you agree with me that the onus of verifying the permit is in your hands as 1.7 million ringgit is at stake?
Yes.
Mr. Yvonne, isn't it odd? And aren't you just telling me that 1.7 million contract is at your hand and all you did was meet Mr. Bonaventure to look at a register?
Witness, we are waiting for your answer.
Yes.
All right, I would put to you now that from the first question till now, you have stated to us that you have no prior knowledge on how to verify a permit. That number two, you have the onus on verifying the permit. You also told us that there needs to be a multifaceted way in ensuring to verify the permit. You also stated and conceded to my question in regards to the fact that you did not know how he obtained the permit. You also did not know what he did after that, and you also conceded to the fact that you had no way in knowing that that permit was true, real, authentic, and had veracity.
Wow,
Yes. I believe it was an internal management task.
I'm sorry, Mr. Yvonne, that was not my question. I'm really sorry. Yes or no, Mr. Yvonne?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Yvonne. Moving on, Mr. Yvonne.
Yes.
Mr. Yvonne, refer yourself, the instructing solicitor from the defense. Please refer to witness statement in paragraph 12. Mr. Yvonne, could you read the sentence from our company to 2019, just the first sentence, if you don't mind, of course.
Which one? Our company was acknowledged from there?
Yeah, from there until 2019, just the first sentence.
Our company was acknowledged as one of the star performers in implementing sustainable forest management in compliance with the requirements of long-term license agreement and forest management for 2 years in a row since 2019.
Would you agree with me that a SFMLA license agreement does not necessarily mean that you would qualify to get a forest permit to clear produce at a forest reserve?
Yes.
Thank you. Moving on, Mr. Yvonne, can you please refer to paragraph 10 of your witness statement?
Sorry, pardon?
Can you refer to, the instructing solicitor of the defense, could you refer to paragraph 10? Can you read for me the second sentence?
Second sentence of paragraph 10?
Yes, certainly.
On Saturday, 3rd April 2021, the workers through the site supervisor sought my approval to carry out their work over the weekend as the weather was very good.
Thank you very much, Mr. Yvonne. Mr. Yvonne, would you agree with me that Suka Suka procured the alleged permit from Mr. Bonaventure?
Yes.
Mr. Yvonne, what is the position of Mr. Bonaventure in the forestry department?
I believe he is an officer in Sabah Forestry Department.
Referring back to sentence 2, paragraph 10 just now, who gave you the express authority to continue such work? Was it Mr. Bonaventure?
No.
It was not Mr. Bonaventure. Can you please tell the court who was it that gave you that authority? Shall I rephrase the question, Mr. Yvonne?
Yes.
Would you agree with me that Mr. Bonaventure is the one who gave you approval to work on a weekend on that particular day?
No.
No. Can you please tell us who then gave you the approval to work on that particular day?
Me, myself.
Under what authority, Mr. Yvonne, did you do such a thing?
I believe when we approve the permit, then we have the authorization by Sabah Forest Department.
So you believe that you have authorized the permit and you thought on a weekend you could do it without the approval or the prerogative or even by talking to any of the conservators. You just went on and say you can just work there. Is that right?
Yes.
I put to the court that I put to you that in regards to carrying out your due diligence, in regards to ensuring the safety of your particular employees, you did not do enough in ensuring that you actually had an authority on a weekend to carry out such a work. Do you concede to that?
It is too long.
Sorry?
It is too long.
Do you concede that on a Saturday, you did not have anybody verifying you did not find verification or you did not obtain verification from anyone, but it was your authority to work on that day, correct?
But we have the permit, yes.
I'm just asking, on that day, is it your authority?
Yes.
Now, I would like to ask you, you have stated in your witness statement that state supervision was conducted by the state supervisors. Is that right?
Yes.
Right. To refer to you, I think we can go to the last paragraph. Right. You can read the last sentence.
The last sentence?
Yeah, or the whole sentence, it's fine.
I do believe that Suka-Suka Laksonia Berhad has been given a proper approval from the state authorities and all activities carried out at the Kulap Forest Reserve were done legally with constant supervision from state authorities.
Right. Would you agree with me that the state authorities concerning here is Mr. Bonaventure?
Sorry, pardon me?
Would you agree with me that this constant supervision from state authorities here is Mr. Bonaventure?
Yes, I agree.
Could you refer back to paragraph 10? Would you agree with me? I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Would you agree with me that anything done and when any time you have stated it was a state authority, you were referring to Mr. Bonaventure, correct?
Yes.
You are referring to Mr. Bonaventure. Are you sure? In the entirety of your witness statement.
No, I revoke my answer.
Yeah, I would like to rephrase it in order to make it a bit simpler. In the entirety of your witness statement, you have quoted the state authorities, correct? When you have quoted the state authorities, was that meant to be Mr. Bonaventure?
No, it's the permit from Sabah Forestry Department, so it is Sabah Forestry Department, not Mr. Bonaventure.
My question is, the forestry, when you're stating state supervision, who was the one who supervised? I'm sorry, Mr. Yvonne, but you can't just say Sabah Forestry Department supervised. You tell me who supervised it. Is it Mr. Bonaventure? That's my question.
No.
It is not Mr. Bonaventure. So can you please tell me who then?
Sabah Forestry Department.
I'm sorry, Mr. Yvonne, the Sabah Forestry Department consists of over 100 officers. We need to know who in order to verify whether or not this particular license went through the right channel. So you need to tell me. If you don't know, it's fine. But once again, is it Mr. Bonaventure or not?
Objection.
Do you have knowledge about the names of the officers that supervise your work? That
No, I have no knowledge.
You have no knowledge. Counsel, moving on. The witness
All right.
has no knowledge.
Thank you, Mr. Yvonne. I put to you that Suka-Suka Sunan Berhad, in stating the fact that state supervision was held, was solely on the reference that in certain times it was one particular person, Mr. Bonaventure, and that none of it was any other particular officers because you did not have knowledge of who they were. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Yvonne. Now I would like to ask you one more question. When did Mr. Bonaventure die?
It was on May, I believe. In May.
Are you sure it was on May?
Yes.
Mr. Yvonne, since you're saying it's on May, then on the 3rd of April, most probably it's possible that Mr. Bonaventure is the one gave you the permission?
Sorry, pardon me, could you please?
Since you're saying that he passed away in May, right? Like let's put that aside. No issue. On the 3rd of
I revoke my answer. It was not on May, it was on March.
It was on March then. Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Yvonne. No further questions from the prosecution. Lord Hakim.
All right. Now, before we moving forward with the re-examination, due to the extensive cross-examination by the prosecutor, I will give the defense counsel 2 minutes to recollect the points and start the re-examinations. Okay. You may take 2 minutes to relook at the questions and properly re-examine your witness. Yes, we can proceed with the re-examination of this witness, counsel.
Thank you, Tuan. Mr. Yvonne. Could you please tell us how are you so sure that the permit that was given by Mr. Bonaventure is valid, as there is no record anywhere, right?
Yes.
You want me
Question
to
to you,
repeat?
witness. The question to you: how certain are you with respect to the permit, validity of the permit?
I'm certain with the permit, as in the permit it was stated the signature of Eunice Marlis, the Sabah Chief Conservator of Forests, and also my company's name was on the register when Mr. Bonaventure showed me. Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Iwan. Mr. Alan stated that the permit obtained was through Dato' Kong, right? And could you please explain more, what does it mean that the permit was obtained through Dato' Kong?
Because it is further verified by the Telupit District Forestry Officer, Mr. Bonaventure, and the approval for our company was already entered in the register of approved permit. And when Mr. Bonaventure showed me the register and I saw my company's name was on it. So as I stated before, it was Eunice Marlis, who is an officer of the Sabah Forestry Department, who are authorized to sign on behalf of Sabah Chief Conservator of Forests.
Mr. Iwan, you asked that the onus is on you to verify and the permit, and your answer is yes. Can you please explain what do you mean? What do you mean by that?
What do I mean by?
You want me to rephrase the question?
Yes.
You asked that the onus is on you to verify, and your answer is yes. Can you please explain what do you mean by that?
I was asked to verify, meaning is to check with the Telupit Forestry Office whether the permit is valid. And after I've checked with the Forestry Office, it was valid and it was verified and approved by the Forestry Officer.
Okay, Mr. Iwan, you asked whether the registry was official, and you said you have no certainty on it. Can you explain to the court whether you have the access and authority to confirm the official registry?
I have no access because it is within the control of state authority. I totally have no access about that.
I think there's no further question.
All right. You may want to release your witness, counsel.
May Tuan, may I release the witness from the witness stand?
Yes, Mr. Ibon, you are now excused from the dock. The witness is released.
Thank you, Tuan Hakim.
Any more witness, counsel for a defense?
No, Tuan.
So
There's no
defense
more
close your case.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, Tuan.
All right. So how do we proceed from now, prosecutor?
Tuan Hakim, we proceed to give closing statement, closing submissions.
All right. Do you require times?
Yes, yes, Tuan Hakim.
Would that be 5 to 10 minutes enough for both parties?
Yes, Tuan Hakim. For prosecution side, 5 to 10 minutes is enough.
Counsel, defense counsel, 5 to 10 minutes for you to recollect and regroup the thoughts.
Yes, yes.
All right. We will reconvene at 11:48. Okay. All right.
All right.
Short recess, 10 minutes. Right, everyone. Court is now in sessions. We're waiting for another Badri. Defense counsel, please switch on your video. We are now at the final stage of the proceedings. All right. This is the stage where the court expects from both parties to summarize and argue in what we call it as closing statement, right? The court expects you to articulate the evidence prepared before and also during the cross-examination during the proceeding that we had conducted just now. You may now begin your opening statement. Who would you like to go first? According to the manual procedure, prosecutor.
Yes, Tuan Hakim. I would just verify, Tuan Hakim, it's a closing submission, right? Okay.
Yeah, it's a closing
Okay,
submission.
all right.
We call it submission at the end of defense case.
Okay, thank you, Tuan Hakim.
All right.
All right. May I please the court? Tuan Hakim, the accused, Alan Kusuma, or known as OKT, was charged at the instance court, was charged the instance of the public prosecutor before the criminal session court in Sandakan, was charged under the offence of section 20, clause 2 of the Forest Enactment 1968. We know that the OKT pleaded not guilty and requested for a trial. The charge against OKT is as follows: that you, between 3rd April to 5th April 2021, without license or expressly authorized by Sabah Forestry Department, had cut 120 trees in the Tengkulak Forest Reserve in the district of Telopet, Sabah, and hereby you have committed an offence under section 20, clause 2 of the Forest Enactment 1998. And upon conviction, you can be punished under the same section as the charge. Thus, the prosecution, in its process, has called upon 2 witnesses to prove the prima facie case, which at the end of the day had been proven out against the accused on the offence charged, and the list of the witnesses are as below. Richard Lee was called upon the stand as the Assistant Forest District Officer of Telopet. Mr. Ahmad Ladidu bin Labadu, the Assistant Forestry Officer. The prosecution has also tendered the witness, which will be shared by the instructing solicitor from the prosecution. The exhibit standard are instructing solicitor. Could you please share the screen?
Please give me a moment.
Yeah, sure. Tuan Hakim, as per the exhibit standard, we have tendered P1 as an exhibit of the notice penyitaan, P2, exhibit P2 as the police report, exhibit P3, the Borang 2A license, exhibit P4, the pictures taken by Awang Ahmad Ibrahim, which was by the Sabah Forestry Department, P5, exhibit P5, which was the surat pengesahan status hutan simpan Tengkulak, and exhibit P6, peta kawasan menunjukkan pembalakan haram. Tuan Hakim, would you want to be reminded of the brief facts of the case?
No need.
Thank you, Tuan Hakim. Tuan Hakim, it is in our favor here that the prima facie case has been already proven, and it is under the authority that we are looking into the case of Balachandran against PP, in the sense that a prima facie case is therefore one that is sufficient for the accused to be called upon to answer, then in this sense means that the evidence adduced must be such that it can be overthrown only in evidence and rebuttal. The phrase prima facie case is defined in similar terms in the dictionary. Hence, we are to result in the favor that we have been ruled, that a prima facie case has already been ruled. Based on the authority mentioned above, the prosecution wishes our honorable court will make a positive evaluation towards the credibility of the prosecution's witness statements, exhibits submitted by the prosecution for determining whether the ingredients of the charge were proven. Tuan Hakim, the prosecution is to prove each ingredient of the charge beyond a reasonable doubt. Tuan Hakim, the ingredient of the charge as such, the prosecution will need to prove that there was 120 felled trees. There was no express authority to fell the trees. The felling of the trees was on foreign reserve, and it was the OKT and all his agents who have committed such an act. The prosecution now proceeds to examine each part and also to include the rebuttals made by the defense and the defense witnesses. In regards to the argument of the prosecution, Tuan Hakim, in regards to the first ingredient of the charge, which is there was 120 felled trees, I would like the court to please turn your screens into the burden of proof, which is stipulated under Section 38, Clause 2 of the Forest Enactment Act 1968, which states as follows. This particular act clearly tells us that it shall be presumed to have been so cut, collected, converted, felled, or removed unless contrary produced. Hence, we submit to the court that the prosecution put forward the burden is on the defense to prove that 120 felled trees were not felled. Tuan Hakim, according to Section 20, Clause 2 of the Forest Enactment Act, it is very clear here that felling of a trees is under or within the ambit of Section 20, Clause 2 to be stated as an offence under Section 20, Clause 2. We would like Tuan Hakim to be referred to the case of Kartika Permai Sedan Berhad against the Sessions Court Judge at Taiwan Another. In this particular case, the Honorable Justice Richard Malanjung referred to Section 20, Clause 2 of the Forest Enactment 1968 in relevance to illegal logging, illegal removal of logs from a forest reserve. In this particular section, Tuan Hakim, the forest reserve, now in this particular section of Forest Reserve 1968, it is clear that the felling of trees is an offence which is attributable to a imprisonment for a term which shall be less than 1 year, but shall not exceed, a term which shall be not less than 1 year, but shall not exceed 20 years. Tuan Hakim, the prosecution will now look through the exhibits. The prosecution refers the court to notice penyitaan daripada Jabatan Perhutanan Sabah, the police report, and also page 6, 7, and 4, which of the bundles respectively. Tuan Hakim, in this notice penyitaan, it was clearly stated, as of course barring the clarifications made by the organizers, it is clearly stated here that there were 120 felled trees in which it was composed of kayu belian and kayu agar wood. In this particular notice penyitaan, it was clear here that Richard Lee, which is the witness one of the prosecution, has been there to be a witness of that particular situation. Hence, his evidence on that day is to be credible. Moving on, we also look into the fact that Mr. Ahmad Ladidu, instructing solicitor, please stick to the notice penyitaan for this moment. Thank you very much. Tuan Hakim, I'd like to refer you to B, which is saksi semasa menjumpai. In this particular scenario, it is clearly here that Mr. Ahmad Ladidu was also there to witness all the findings of the particular felled trees and above. As testified, Tuan Hakim, by plaintiff witness 2, in paragraph 6, line 9 to 13, the Forestry Department issued a letter confirming the number and the type of trees felled during the activities. Tuan Hakim, it is clearly and explicitly been stated in this particular paragraph, this paragraph 6. And in the highlighted lines as above. Did not contain any form of cross-examination questions to this. Hence, we believe that whatever evidence given by Mr. Richard Lee, by Mr. Ahmad Ladidu at that point of time is admissible evidence. Tuan Hakim, there might seem to be a bit of a lag. Am I still audible, Tuan Hakim?
Yes.
Thank you, Tuan Hakim. Moving on, Tuan Hakim, as for the first ingredient of the charge, the defense was actually not able to cast doubt on the number of felled trees in the Tangkolak Forest Reserve. In fact, I would refer to the defense in its opening statement as per paragraph 5, which suggested that illegal logging or clearing of forest was carried out. Therefore, the prosecution concludes that the number of felled trees is not disputed by the accused nor the prosecution. I would also like to go through on the cross-examination done by Prosecution Counsel 1, in which Prosecution Counsel 1 asked the explicit question of in regards to the number of trees being felled. And Mr. Anand Kusuma explicitly stated that yes, it was 120 trees. Yes, we did carry out illegal logging. And yes, to also my workers were there to fell the trees. All three questions was responded with a resounding, conclusive yes.
So, Counsel.
Yes, Tuan Hakim.
So are you saying that the issue of there was an activities, a logging activities was carried out, was never in dispute?
Yes,
whether or not that activities is illegal? Of course, your case is illegal, but their case is legal. But that one is for each party to argue. But there is no dispute that is a logging activities was carried out. Correct?
Yes, Tuan Hakim.
All right, proceed.
The prosecution submits clearly on our side, which has been done through the notice penyitaan, the pictures of the exhibit, the pictures of the exhibit, and also the confirmation letter, that even if the prosecution submitted, these trees were certainly 120. However, even if the quantity of trees were in dispute, it is irrelevant, as clearly the wordings of Section 20, Clause 2 of the Forest Enactment Act does not expressly quantify the felling of trees, how many numbers of trees are to be constituted as an offense. Therefore, it does not matter if the accused fell 1 tree or 1,000 trees in that illegal boundary area. It is nevertheless an offense. The prosecution submits that the first ingredient of the charge has been proven beyond reasonable doubt. Tuan Hakim, can I move on to the second ingredient of the charge?
Yes.
In the second ingredient of the charge, we are to prove that there was no express authority to fell the trees. Tuan Hakim, to prove the second ingredient of the charge, there was no express authority to fell the trees, the prosecution would like to reproduce Section 20, Clause 2 of the Forest Enactment Act 1968. As per highlighted here by the instructing solicitor of the prosecution, unless expressly authorized. Tuan Hakim, the prosecution will now continue to submit the meaning of expressly authorized as per the ambit of Section 20, Clause 2 of the Forest Enactment Act 1968. The prosecution would like to refer to the Forest Enactment Rules 1969. Okay, these Forest Enactment Rules was created by virtue of Section 42, 1B1 and 2 of the Forest Enactment Act 1968. So basically, in this particular section of the Forest Enactment Act, it was stated that the minister may make rules in relation to the prohibition, collection, or removal of forest produce. Meaning to say, in lieu of the enactment of 1968, it was created such that there is the Forest Enactment Rules 1969. Now, in relation to the Forest Enactment Rules 1969, it is our submission that the prosecution submits this phrase expressly authorized here clearly demonstrates that any person who conducts felling of trees or any offense within the section or the ambit of Section 20, Clause 2, with the condition of 2, must comply with the Forest Enactment Rules in obtaining authorization. Therefore, to do anything, any activity under Section 20, Clause 2, there needs to be an authority, and that particular authority and authorization is a permit in which is regulated by the Forest Enactment Rules 1969, which is created by virtue of Section 42 of the Forest Enactment 1968. The prosecution now continues to submit that the mode of authorization as per Section 24 Act 1968 and Section 1 of the Forest Rules 1969, the prosecution confers that the mode of authorization is to obtaining a complete license from the Forestry Department. Now, the prosecution would like to put forward the obvious. The act of concern states that the express authorization here in order to carry out any activities needs to be done in accordance to a license. Hence, when it comes to express authority, the only way you can get express authority is through a verified complete license. Now, moving on, Tuan Hakim, the burden of proof in order to prove the existence of the particular permit, or in order to look at or assess the veracity of particular permit, we look into Section 38 of the Forest Enactment Act 1968. The burden of proof is actually on the accused. In this particular section, it is clearly stated that in any prosecution for a forest offense, the onus of proving the existence of a lawful authority or legal right or the possession of a license or permit shall lie upon the accused. Nevertheless, prosecution puts forward the alleged permit as per the statement of plaintiff. Sorry.
This is the P3, right?
Yes, P3, Tuan Hakim. As per P3, we have to look into the alleged permit and this testimony, and what been testified by prosecution witness 1, stating that in his page 12, the bundle of documents, borang 2A, lesen mengambil hutan bebas dari royalty Betari 10 Mac 2021 is not valid. And let me explain why is it not valid. Tuan Hakim, in front of you is the Forest Rules 1969, which is in lieu to the power created by the minister of such a following, in such that a particular license needs to follow these rules. We would like to show Tuan Hakim that in this particular license, number one, before I move on to the imprinted at the back, I would like to show Tuan Hakim that this is clearly Form 2 Forest Rules 1969, Rule 3, license to take forest reserve, license to take forest produce free from royalty, lesen mengambil keluaran hutan bebas dari royalty. Instructing solicitor, please show the license given to us by the defense. Here, Mr. Tuan Hakim, it is clearly the same borang 2A, lesen mengambil keluaran hutan bebas dari royalty di bawah enactment hutan 1968 dan kaedah-kaedah hutan. Meaning to say, in this particular permit, it's already stated that we need to follow the Forest Rules 1969. In lieu of that, we would like to show and prove to you the inconsistencies of the license. It is clear here, please zoom instructing solicitor, that Rule 5.3, Rule 11, Rule 15, and 16.3 are to be printed on the back of the license. This should be reproduced, meaning to say, when a license is asked in regards to the forest produce free from royalty, they need to produce this license and the particular rules and the attachment listed here. Tuan Hakim, would you want me to go through each rule?
Yes, please.
Of course. Tuan Hakim, in regards to that, may the prosecution in the form to take the forest reserve, may the prosecution direct you to the bottom left, and we have seen it already. Now, the prosecution will now guide the court through other requirements specified at the bottom left corner. All right. Now, the first rule is Rule 5.3 to be printed at the back of Form 2A, license to take produce free from royalty. In Rule 5, it is clear to be printed on the back to take the forest reserves. The prosecution would like to draw actually a parallel to paragraph 6, line 4 and 6 of the prosecution witness.
Which document are you referring? Are you referring to the document showed on the screen, or?
One minute, Tuan Hakim. In regards to Rule 5.3, we would like to draw a parallel to the witness statement, in which the witness statement, which is the witness statement 1, paragraph 6, line 4 to 6. Instructing solicitor, could you produce that particular document?
You can open in a new tab, instructing solicitor.
Okay. Tuan Hakim, please give me to open it in a new tab and stop sharing this document. Prosecution Counsel 1.
Tuan Hakim. Tuan Hakim, we would like to look into paragraph 6, Tuan Hakim. 1 minute, Tuan Hakim, sorry. All right, Tuan Hakim, in regards to prosecution witness 1, we are to look into the fact that, I'm completely sorry, one second. Yeah, paragraph 6, line 4 to 6 of plaintiff's witness statement 1, to which plaintiff witness statement 1 stated that he only received this particular permit. And when you're looking at this particular permit, it was the permit attached in the letter that we have seen. Meaning to say, in that particular permit, there was no identity certificate attached to it. It was only the permit in Exhibit 3A given to us. That's it. They did not have an identity certificate, which was required by Rule 5, Clause 3 of the Forest Rules 1969. Since that is the first thing that we are looking into. Moving on, Tuan Hakim, shall I move on to Rule 11A, Rule 11, Tuan Hakim?
Yes.
In regards to Rule 11, it is to show...
Tuan Hakim, please give me a moment to share the document. My apologies for the delay.
In regards to Rule, Tuan Hakim, may I continue? I'm so sorry.
Yes.
Thank you, Tuan Hakim. Tuan Hakim, in regards to Rule 11, which has to be attached to that same particular permit, it is to be stated that needs to be Schedule 1, having a diameter at breast height less than the minimum prescribed in that particular schedule. Meaning to say there need to be a listing of what is the particular requirement, what is the particular diameter on which you can cut. Only then will this particular permit, one of the elements in which this particular permit can be verified to be true. Moving on, Tuan Hakim, shall I move on to Rule 16.3, which should be printed on the back? Under Rule 16.3, which is the reason that Rule 16.3 needs to be printed on the back, it is to show that no forest produce shall be moved from hours 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. This is to ensure that people within the forestry department are able to verify and able to quantify how much of produce are going in and out of the particular forest, of the particular Tengkulak Forest Reserve.
Okay, now, stop here, Counsel.
Yes.
Here. So does the rule prohibits the removal of forest produce during the weekend?
The rule does not say such a thing, Tuan Hakim.
All right. Okay.
Moving on, Tuan Hakim. Shall I proceed with the next one, which is
my next question would be, now you have drawn my attention to these 3 important rules which need to be printed at the back of the license, right? You are now at the P3. You want to convince the court this is a fake document, right? Now, how would a layman or any workers of the OKT companies has knowledge about these particulars or requirement of the law for them to identify, to differentiate between fake and genuine license?
Tuan Hakim, in this particular regard, the agents of the OKT did nothing wrong. They were just following authority. They were just following the license given. It is in the onus of the executives of the company to ensure that the permit given to them is actually verified. And these particular executives not just have the ability, but they also have the notion that there is a contract within their hand and they need to do the legal thing or the right thing in order to ensure that whatever they are doing is within the bounds of the law. And thank you, Tuan Hakim. Tuan Hakim, can I move forward to Rule 15?
There's no need. Rule 15 is what?
Rule 15 is to look into the disposable of the permit for round logs. I mean to say, if it was round logs, you need to quantify what are the volume classes and so on.
No, I think you make your point on these three rules.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Tuan Hakim. Tuan Hakim, I would like to look into now plaintiff, the witness of the prosecution 1. Upon receiving the documents, we know that prosecution 1 verified, prosecuting witness 1, which was Mr. Richard Lee, verified stating that on page 12 of the bundle of documents, he stated clearly, I requested him to show us a license or permit for forest clearing. He gave me the permit. I was suspicious it was a fake permit, so I decided to contact the Telupit Forestry Department, and then he stated that the office contacted me back and said that the permit was not there. So in relation to this, we have to draw a parallel that the reason why that the particular departments were not able to produce the permits or find the permits was because of the lack of completeness in the particular documents. It wasn't complete, therefore, they couldn't find the particular permit. So the permit produced by them was clearly either to be forged, but the question of who forged it is out of the charge of the prosecution. At the end of the day, the prosecution just needs to prove that this particular permit being given is a permit that was not complete, a permit that was not true. Also, Tuan Hakim, in addition to that, plaintiff witness 2 actually testified in paragraph 7, line 3 to 13, stating that there was no such application that was received by the Forestry Department and the Environmental Conservation Department. Plaintiff also testified that the Borang 2A license bebas mengambil hutan dari royalty on this particular document needed to have a serial number. I would like to reproduce again the license that was given to us in Exhibit 3, instructing solicitor. Tuan Hakim, the attention, this is the Exhibit 3, and we would like to show to you that in Exhibit 3, no license number was attached, or no serial number was attached. Tuan Hakim, do you think, can I move forward, Tuan Hakim?
Yes, please.
Now, Tuan Hakim, in addition to these three rules, under Section 24, Clause 4 of the Forest Enactment 1968, it was clearly stated that no license shall be issued for the doing of any act on state land before the issue of a temporary occupation license by the collector under the provisions of the Land Ordinance. There was no temporary occupation license produced either by the defense witness nor by anyone else. We have no evidence of this, hence we also need to consider this particular issue. Now, the prosecution submits that clearly the evidence of Section 24, Clause 4 of the Forest Enactment 1968 is non-existent. The prosecution now, before proving the charge, would like to draw certain parallels or will draw certain rebuttals drawn by the defense witness statement. In the defense witness statement, prosecution Counsel 1 questioned expressly to Mr. Alan Kusuma, how many permits are expressed questionly? Is it true that only one permit is needed? And that particular permit was shown in that particular time, and his answer was yes, only one particular permit was needed. This then proves, Tuan Hakim, that Mr. Alam Kusuma himself had no knowledge on what to do in regards to getting the particular permit. He would just threw all of the burden onto his agents, and he himself did not have the expertise to understand what was needed for a permit to go through. He just merely went through other channels in order to get the permit, and that is the reason why the permit here today is alleged to be fake, and in our particular case, it can be proven to be fake. But before we make that particular analysis, I would like to actually go to the defense, to the defense witness 2, in which in the defense witness 2, Mr. Yvonne clearly did two things. Number one, Mr. Yvonne agreed to the fact that he could not have the possibility or did not have the authority, the training, or the understanding of what would constitute as a correct register. How will he be able to verify? He considered to the fact that he could not have known if that particular register was true or fake. Secondly, he also went on to say that in regards to the license and obtaining himself, that there needed to be multi-levels of verification. But then went on to also state that the only verification done was by contacting Mr. Bonaventure. And in lieu of that question, which then I asked the witness of the defense whether or not in this particular issue did he know of such license, and did he know how to verify the license? The answer to that was also no. She did not know how to verify the license. She could not have known if the license was fake, and the only due diligence collected was what she stated, that only that particular meeting between that person. Hence,
Counsel, can I stop you here?
yes, Tuan
What
Hakim.
what else is required from a person apart from, well, in our case, he went to the to the forest department to check the veracity.
Yes.
How you fault such persons if later the permit turned out to be fake?
Sorry, Tuan Hakim, I could not get you. What do you mean, Tuan Hakim? I'm sorry.
My question, my concern is this: if someone has gone through the process and went on to verify with the department in relation to our case is Teliput Forest Department, he went and to see officers at the office of the Forest Department. Now, how do you fault that person when later we found out that the permit is fake?
Tuan Hakim, the fault that we are trying to put on here is not on the person who went to verify it. It's in fact the license holder himself who then sent a person who was not competent to verify such license. And in this particular case, Tuan Hakim, we also need to know that the particular person, which was Mr. Yvonne, only did one thing. And that one particular thing was meet Mr. Bonaventure and see and stated that, yes, this has been verified. It had not gone through any other officers. It had not gone through the normal process. And in every statement said by both the witness of the defense 1 and defense 2, it was all relating to a person, which was Mr. Bonaventure, the person who got them the authority, but he wasn't the one who signed the particular permit. And he wasn't here to adduce evidence due to his sad death.
So are you saying that a verbal confirmation from state officers is not sufficient?
I'm saying, what I'm trying to say here is that in this case, it wasn't a verbal verification, nor was it a written verification, because both were flawed. In both sense, it was flawed. At the end of the day, if Mr. Alan Kusuma went through the right channels, there would have been the right procedures, hence he would have gotten the right license. In this case, he didn't. He went through another person, and then everything fell apart. And I would like to add on that witness 2 in the defense actually stated that liability also, the sole liability to be held upon is on the name of the license holder. And in this case, Mr. Alan Kusuma. Is that sufficient, Tuan Hakim?
Okay, yes, sufficient.
Thank you very much, Tuan Hakim. Tuan Hakim, now the prosecution has therefore proven the second ingredient of the charge, that there was no express authority to fell the trees. Moving on, Tuan Hakim, can I move on to the third charge, Tuan Hakim, if that's okay? Tuan Hakim, prosecution now proceeds to the third ingredient of the charge. The felling of the trees was from a forest reserve. According to Section 12 of the Forest Enactment Act, it's clear here that after consideration of documents received by Section 10 of the enactment, the Yang Ketua Negeri by notice in Gazette can declare the whole part or any part of thereof of a land to be in intention.
This one is admitted by the witness, right?
Yes.
The area is indeed in the forest, so it will not be an issue so much,
yes.
Right?
Tuan Hakim, just maybe 2 minutes for me to conclude what the prosecuting witness said and what the defense witness said on this.
Okay.
Thank you, Tuan Hakim. Tuan Hakim, if we can look into prosecution witness 2, he particularly pointed out on page 8 of the bundle of documents in reference that the letter was given to him stating that the boundary of the forest reserve, the boundary of it was a forest reserve, and it was in fact the Tengkulak Forest Reserve. In the cross-examination of this particular witness, defense counsel did not even try to ask this question. I would like that to be noted. Moving on, in reference to paragraph 9 of the plaintiff witness statement 2, he further confirmed the forest reserve to be specified under the Forest Enactment Act 1984. Now, on prosecution side, the plaintiff too have already confirmed to the letter that this is a forest reserve. In the defense side, Tuan Hakim, it was clear from the get-go, it was clear from the first question of the prosecution counsel in regards to the forest reserve, he considered that it is a forest reserve. Prosecution believes that there's no contention that this particular place is actually a forest reserve. The prosecution now submits that we have proven beyond reasonable doubt that the acts carried out under Section 20, Clause 2 of the enactment is indeed within the boundary of the forest reserve. In addition to that, we would like to cite the case of Fong Yin Kai and Anthony Fong against the Director of Forestry Department and another. In this particular case, the High Court of Sandakan, the Honorable Judge Yu Kuan Ji opined that the failure to adduce a photographic evidence of the stems of the logging does not necessarily mean that the felling of the logs was within the forest area. The prosecution now actually wants to put forward the photographic evidence to show that we have gone through one threshold above by showing that we even have a photographic evidence. So therefore, Tuan Hakim, the prosecution believes the third charge of the ingredients of the charge has been proven beyond reasonable doubt. Moving on, Tuan Hakim, is it okay if I move on to the last charge, the fourth charge? It was the orang kena tuduh and Hoy's agents who committed this act. Tuan Hakim, this particular submission is actually quite straightforward in regards to two things. Number one, we know that the Section 32 of the Forest Enactment Act clearly talks about how an agent of a particular company is, how an employee of a particular company is basically an agent. We are not disputing that. The prosecution doesn't dispute it, nor do the defense in any of its witnesses. So now, the prosecution will submit that the orang kena tuduh carries an offense even if it was carried out by his agents. The wordings of the aforementioned provision is very clear. Now, Tuan Hakim, the prosecution would like to refer the court to paragraph 5, line 1 to 3, in which plaintiff 2 testified that being on the recording statement, after recording the statements of the 4 general witnesses, they all stated that they were employed by Suka Suka Long Sendan Berhad, and that the CEO of Suka Suka Long Sendan Berhad was clearly Mr. Alan Kusuma. Now, the heart of the offense is clearly the authorization to get the permit. At the end of the day, the defense did not contend that their particular agents were the one who carried out the work. And I would like to make proof, adduce proof to that in the second witness of the defense. The second witness of the defense clearly attested to the fact that the particular agents were actually the employees, and the particular person there was also the employees of Suka Suka Long Sendan Berhad. However, what is stronger is in the first witness, which is the accused himself, who has stated that it was his people who carried out the acts, it was his workers who were there. Hence, we in the prosecution team believe that in relation to this, the prosecution has adduced sufficient evidence. Now, the prosecution would like to direct the court to the case of Director of Forests and another against Mam Kamtong. In this particular case, the Court of Appeal, the Honorable Muhammad Ghazali Hassanlah and Abu Samad reinforced under Section 24, Clause 6 of the Forest Enactment 1968 that the license issued are personal to the license holder. This was testified, and this was implicated through witness 2 of the defense, in which she stated clearly after showing the particular permit that the license holder is Mr. Alan Kusuma, and also could then continue to conclude that liability is on him if any liability would such exist. Now, Tuan Hakim, moving on, we would like to say, the prosecution would like to conclude that we have also proven the fourth charge beyond reasonable doubt. Tuan Hakim, the prosecution duly notes that the development projects are indeed important for the society. However, the prosecution believes that the law should reign supreme and no form of tolerance should supersede the law, even if it's a technical offense. Tuan Hakim, an offense is still an offense, regardless of any benefit that is attached to it, especially if it's criminal in nature. In the case of public prosecutor against Simon and another, it was defined of what is a reasonable doubt. And in summary, a reasonable doubt must be a doubt arising from the evidence or want of evidence, and cannot be an imaginary doubt or conjecture unrelated to the evidence. The prosecution believes in the statement given by Lord Justice Sharma. While the district of Tengkulak deserves to be developed, it shall not be sacrificed for its beauty and for its environmental uniqueness. The prosecution in this case has adduced enough evidence to prove all four ingredients of the charge, and hence puts forward that the accused or the OKT has committed an offence under Section 20, Clause 2 of the Forest Enactment Act 1968. Tuan Hakim, the prosecution pleads the court that the accused is to be given the maximum sentence under Section 20, Clause 2 of the Forest Enactment Act 1968 in order to deter future offenders from destroying our flora and fauna. In all orders, Tuan Hakim, the law should be first and development should be second. Tuan Hakim, the prosecution rests its case. Thank you.
Thank you. Counsel? Yes, I will now invite the defense counsel, leading defense counsel, to address the court to submit on the closing argument.
Thank you, Tuan Hakim. My name is Ahmad Badri bin Mustafa, and again, appearing on behalf of the defendant, Mr. Alan Kusuma, in this honorable court. Our client has been charged under Section 22 of the Forest Enactment 1968 for illegal logging activities. Tuan, let me read again Section 22 of the Forest Enactment 1968. It is stated that unless expressly authorized, any person who cuts, collects, converts, fells, or removes any forest produce in a forest reserve shall be guilty of an offence and on conviction shall be punished. Tuan, based on the facts given by our witness, it shows that the logging activities that was being carried out by in the Tengkulak Forest Reserve had constant supervision by the Sabah Forestry Department. The permit for the logging, my apologies, the permit for the logging activities had also been approved by the state authority. Mr. Bonaventure, who is the Teluk Forestry Office, had shown to Mr. Iwan, our second witness, that their company's name had been inserted in the register of approved permit. So it shows that our client had done the logging activities accordingly to the law with the legal permit. So we believe that our client had done everything that a layman could do in doing the logging activities legally and in obtaining the permit accordingly to the procedure and law underlined by my apologies. And in obtaining the permit according to the procedure that have been underlined under the law. The defense also wish to highlight the person who has the authority under Forest Enactment 1968 to directly administer the administration of the forest. Section 4, subsection 1 shall be read of the Forest Enactment Act Enactment 1968 shall be read subject to the General or Special Director of the Minister. The Chief Conservator shall be directly responsible for the administration of the forest of the state and shall, subject to the provision of this enactment, have the general superintendence of all matters within the provisions of the enactment. Therefore, we submit that an administration of forests includes the issuance of the valid permit, and so it must to refer to the Chief Conservator directly before make any conclusion or presumption that our client's permit was a fake permit. Tuan, allow me to underline the flaws from the prosecution side that could prove the innocence of our client, Mr. Alan Kusuma. First, our client was not the developer of the said resort, so we would like to submit that it is not our client's obligation, and it is also was not stated in the contractual obligation between Maju Megah and Suku Sekulok that our client does not need to our client does not have the obligation to know about the EIA process. Second, we would like to submit that our client's permit for the logging activities was signed by Ms. Eunice Malis, the Chief Conservator of the Sabah Forest, and later the permit was verified by the deceased, Mr. Bonaventure, who was then the Teluk Forestry officer. For the attention to the court, Mr. Bonaventure was an authorized officer accordingly to Section 2 of the Forest Enactment 1968. Section 2 stated that an authorized officer means the Chief Conservator, the Deputy Chief, conservator, any conservator of forest, any assistant conservator of forest, and any other forest officer. Which means there is no doubt on the credibility of the of Mr. Bonaventure in giving his verification to our client's permit. Tuan, we had called upon two witnesses to testify on the validity of the permit in order to assist the court, in order to assist this honorable court in deciding this case. This prosecution had called for their witness. However, we would like to underline that the prosecution had failed to call a proper witness in proving in order to prove that our permits was a fake permit. So we humbly ask the court to cross-refer into section 67 of the Evidence Act 1950, as the prosecution was having a doubt on the validity of our prosecution of our client's permit. It is stated under this section. Section 67 stated, if a document is alleged to be signed by any person, the signature of the document, as is alleged to be in the person's handwriting, shall be proved to be in his handwriting. Tuan, we humbly ask the court to cross-refer to another section in Evidence Act 1950. Section 73(2) of the Evidence Act stated that the court may direct any person present in court to write any words for the purpose of enabling the court to compare the words so written with any words alleged to have been written by that person. It was as from this section, we could
So hold on,
simply,
before you move to your next point, can we refer to Exhibit P3?
yes.
Anyone can put on the screen Exhibit P3?
Is that the solicitor? Could you?
Now, this is just my observations. If you can clarify, you can clarify. If you cannot, that's okay. Now, looking at this, hold on, stop there. Up, okay, stop here. Now, the license is in the name of Alan Kasuma, right? And in your witness statements, it says that Suka is the one responsible for procuring the license. My question would be, why the license was not under Suka Sdn Bhd? Why it was given in the individual name?
May I please, Tuan, okay, could you please give me a moment? My apologies, Tuan. We could not assist you in this matter.
Okay, sure, no problem, no problem. So I'm just have a curiosity. Proceed with your next questions. Sorry, proceed with your next point.
Thank you, Tuan. So based on section 67 and section 73 of section 73(2) of Evidence Act, we can simplify that if a document to be in a criminal case, in order for a document to be proved to be a legit document, the maker of document need to be appear before the court in order to prove that the document is legit. So we humbly submit, we would like to submit to the court that it was an established fact that Ms. Eunice has the authority to approve the permit on behalf of the chief conservator as the chief conservator of Sabah Forest. This means that the permit was approved as if it was signed by the chief conservator, and the prosecution never denied, nor the prosecution's witness never testify against Eunice being the authorized persons to approve the permit. The owner of the signature, which is Eunice Melis, the chief conservator, wasn't called into the court to verify the signature on the said permit. So it is upon the prosecution to prove that no express authority and failure to call the honor of the signature is fatal to prosecution case, and therefore no beyond reasonable doubt case is established here. So we would like to submit that the prosecution my apologies, Tuan. We would like to submit that the prosecution had for not calling the chief conservator, which that can verify the validity of the permit. There is none other than Miss Eunice Mellis. So we can conclude that the prosecution was only make an presumption or an assumption that the said permit was to be a fake permit without the presence of Miss Eunice Mellis as a witness for the prosecution to prove that the signature was a forged signature. So in this case, we believe that the prosecution had failed to prove their claim against our client beyond reasonable doubt, as there exists insufficient proof and an unconvincing witness and unconvincing prosecution's witness that have been brought to this court. And the reason we believe that the prosecution had failed to prove this case beyond reasonable doubt on the charge of the illegal logging logs against our client, Mr. Alan Kusuma, are as follows. Tuan, my apologies, Tuan. The defense had fulfilled the requirement of the legality of the permit by the defense based on the testimony of the defense witness are as follows. As stated by our first witness, the permit has been approved by the Teluk Forestry District Officer, and Mr. Alan had testified that the permit has been verified by the Teluk Forestry Officer, and our second witness also had personally checked that their company names, which is Suku Laksana Bahas names, has been entered into the register of approved permit. Mr. Iwan personally went to the Teluk Forestry office in order to check and verify for the permit.
So you are saying, Counsel, you are saying that at that material time, your client has no reason to suspect that the permit was indeed a fake document.
Yes, because of
the checkings and everything.
Because we believe that the permit which had been signed by Eunice Mellis will not be such a forged document unless the Sabah Forestry Department had told us that earlier that the permit was fake. Then the blame should be switched to the Sabah Forestry Department. May I proceed, Tuan?
Yes.
Thank you. So, based on what I stated before, we submit that we have fulfilled the onus of proving the legality of permit as stated under section 38(1) of the Forest Enactment 1968. Tuan, our first witness, Mr. Alan Kusuma, as the CEO of the Suku Laksana Berhad, has been awarded a contract worth amount RM 1.7 million ringgit on 3rd March 2021. My client had done their contractual obligation and all procedures required by the government's authority to obtain the permit legally. Further, the logging activities also was under the constant supervision, which is the Sabah Forestry Department. So we believe that the prosecution had failed to prove this case beyond reasonable doubt on the charge that had been made against our client, Mr. Alan Kusuma. Tuan, for the second witness, Mr. Iwan Jusilin, the operation manager of the Suku Laksana Berhad, had been working since 2019. He had testified to the court that the accused, Mr. Alan Kusuma, had asked him to immediately verify the permit with the Forest District Office. Mr. Iwan also has stated that he had saw their company's name on the register office on the register of approved permit, which is it had been shown by the Teluk Forestry officer, Mr. Bonaventure Die. Besides, Mr. Iwan has stated to the court that Suku Laksana Berhad is one of the star performers in this logging activities industry. So we believe that a company that have such reputation in this industry will not commit such illegal logging activities that could harm their reputation in these industries. Lastly, we believe that we had assist this court in deciding the verdict for this case. We submit that our client, Mr. Alan Kusuma, should be acquitted as the prosecution had failed to prove this case beyond reasonable doubt. And lastly, we would like to underline from what the prosecution has stated. Datuk Kong, from what our witness has stated, my apologies, Datuk Kong Telecom only assist our client, Mr. Alan Kusuma, in arranging the application for the permit. But later it was verified and approved by the Teluk District Forestry Office, which is illegal. The application for the permit is illegal and accordingly by the law. So the defendant should be fully acquitted from the charge under Section 22 of the Forest Enactment 1968, as our client had done due diligence to avoid illegal logging activities and believe that the permit is indeed a valid permit. To conclude our closing statement, we submit that our client has done all the necessary things or steps in order to ensure the validity of the permit, and our client was authorized to do the logging activities at the Tangkulak Forest Reserve, as our client believed that the permit is a legal permit.
It's a genuine permit.
It's a genuine permit. Thank you, Your Honor. So we humbly submit to the court that even if the permit is proven to be a fake permit, is beyond our controls, and that the liability should be put on Sabah Forestry Department as the one that issues the permit for logging activities at a forest reserve. So we conclude that the prosecution had failed to prove this case beyond reasonable doubt, and therefore we humbly ask for a verdict of not guilty to our client, Mr. Alan Kusuma, and he should be released immediately. That's all, Tuan. I rest my case.
Thank you, Defense Counsel. Everyone, that's the end of our proceedings. Both parties have submitted the closing arguments. What I can do now is to give me 5 to 10 minutes. I would say 5 minutes was sufficient. We will reconvene at 12:50, right? Okay, thank you for the results.
The court will take 5-minute break for the judge to prepare his deliberation. Participants will be assigned by the committee to make way the judge to deliberate.
All right, can we call them?
All right.
Before that, this is teller 1 or tellers 2?
Tellers 1.
1 kan? Okay. All right, everyone. Congratulations. I suppose this is your first round, right? Correct? So never mind. There are a lot of interesting points put forward by all of you, and there are room for improvement. So this is what I will do. I will give a general comment so that you can improve on your next round, and then I will proceed to announce the result. Now, first of all, there must be a clear understanding on the leading questions. What constitute leading questions? Okay. Now, leading question mostly being objected during examination in chief. The reason behind it is because leading questions is to suggest an answer. As simple as that. For example, adakah Alan Kesuma merupakan individu yang tidak adakah Alan Kesuma merupakan individu yang memohon, or put it this way, is it true that Alan Kesuma is the one that procure this permit? Now, these questions was asked to the witness. Now, this is a leading question because it suggests an answer of yes. As simple as that. So anything apart from that is subjective. Okay. If the question intended to be an open-ended questions, that means it can be yes or no, it can be, it requires an explanation, that is not leading questions. Okay, that's number 1. Number 2, in criminal proceedings, parties may want to focus in mens rea and actus reus of the accused person. Now, in our case, there is no dispute as to the actus reus, correct or not? The logging of activities was carried out. Neither parties dispute that. The only dispute before me is whether that permit is genuine or fake. So you must, in criminal proceeding, you must focus, direct your attention, your effort, your energy to that issue. Prosecution said this is a fake, a forged permit. Adduce evidence to support that allegations. For example, how do you distinguish between a permit, authenticity permit and a forged permit? You were on the right track, suggesting that this was not in this particular was not inside this. So explore more on this, because from this set of facts, the court can infer this permit was fake. It's a forged document. You can put to the witness, as an experienced manager, you should know better about the particulars in the permit. So you can cross-examine that managers more effectively, right? You can corner the manager. This was not in. Particulars of the forex produce was not mentioned. Rule was not printed at the back of this one. You said yourself, you are an experienced manager. So I put it to you, by looking this permit itself, one can infer that this is a fake permit. Okay. Now, on the other side, your focus should be on the mens rea of the OKT. You wanted to put a blame, you wanted to shift the blame to soften the responsibility by saying that my client had went on verification step. So at all material times, you should focus on the mens rea of the OKT. He has no knowledge that this permit is fake. As far as his concerns, he went through the verification process, he went through the proper applications, he sought assistance from Datuk Kong Kalingkong. So there is no reason for my clients to suspect this is a fake or a forged document. That should be the point of contention, the point of arguments between the parties. All right? So I know that you have to prepare, but during the trial, you can see the directions. If you listen and if you focus to the testimony of the witnesses, you can see the focus of the trial. Okay? For example, like that's why I mentioned to Sedas counsel, the things that which is not in dispute, you may want to just mention in passing through. You do not need to focus in your argument, closing arguments, because closing arguments is not for you to repeat everything. It's for you to point out to the court what are the importance and pertinence points which support your arguments, which support your case. Okay. Now, you must have structure. Next point, next round, you must have structure in cross-examinations, in examining the witness, or in doing your closing arguments. Now, the structure that I can suggest is this. In examining the witness, you must list down what are the facts which is material for you to ask. For example, in our case just now, you want to show that this is a forged document. So what are the facts, pertinence to support this? Your statement is this is a forged document. Then you must let the witness to explain that this is a forged document. For example, P3 is a forged document. This is your statement. Now, how do you come to these conclusions? Let the witness answer. From my observation, this is a forged document because it does not have particulars of rule, this one printed at the back, like I mentioned just now. Then you conclude your points. So based on this, anyone who in this business of logging activities, by looking at this permit, can conclude this is a forged document. So there must be a structure. Normally, what I will do is statement. There must be explanations, give example, which is evidence, and conclude. That would have a structure of arguments. In any, okay, for example, in your cross-examination, if you want to cross your witness effectively, the other side witness effectively, there are a few steps for you to do that. First, you can baby step. Baby step means you lay down the foundation for him to agree, and then you cross him. Now, that's second options, or second approach is for you to go through the witness statement and try to get him contradict. Now, this is purely by way of this is up to you. This is, of course, through experience and training. But if you have a structure, it will help you to cross-examine your witness. Now, when you read PW1 or PW2, that's why when you the first question I asked the prosecution, PW2 is what? What is his role in this case? The answer is investigation officer. Now, being a defense counsel, what is it that you want to extract from investigation officer? Do you want to ask questions about the arrest? Certainly no, because the investigation is not part of the arresting officer. He was not there during the raid and the arrest. So you may want to focus for the investigating officers on the questions, how he come to a conclusion that this is a fake. So know your witness and structure your questions according to the role of that witness. Okay? Likewise, in closing arguments, I mentioned just now, pick your strongest point first. If your strongest point for the defense counsel is, my client believes that this is a genuine permit, that is your statement. My client had conducted a legal logging activities based on the legal and a proper authentic permit. That is your statement. Why you, then you must give explanation why you say that. That is because my client had obtained this permit through lawful means and proper channel. The activities were constantly monitored by Sabah authorities. Had this permit turned out to be fake or forged, it would trigger a flag since day one. Now, then you give evidence to support this. Our arguments. My client had went on to check and verify with the Sabah state officers. And Sabah state officers confirmed this. This is normal checking and ordinary course of business. So, based on these facts of evidence, it is safely we can safely infer that my client believed this document is genuine. At all material times, the mens rea of my clients, when he was operating these logging activities, it was done with a lawful permit. That's how you, now, this is my suggestion. That's how you, so you must have a statement, you must have explanation, you must give evidence to support, or contoh, example, and then you conclude your arguments. Then your argument will have impact when you mention it, one by one. All right. So basically, in this case, there are a few points for you to impress upon. It's a mens rea, actus reus, that's not an issue. So these are the points for you, like these are the rooms for you to improve. Huh? Having said that, this is a good presentation. You guys are the final year? No. Second year? Second and third year. Okay. So I would not expect knowledge of the law, but I would expect presentations. So this is good. I would safely say that it's met our expectations. So, but you cannot be complacent. You must improve, must beat yourself in the next round. Okay. So this is the result. The winner is Tellers with a score of 408 points. It's compared to USIM. Total score is 402. Tellers is 408 with a margin of 6. Now the best instructing solicitors to the DPP, Abigail Chen. Best witness for Nur Umaira, and best counsel is Elson Jesudas. Best overall performance is Elson's. The margin is 6. Winner is Tellers 1. All right. Any more questions? Is there anything that you want to ask? Congratulations to the winner. Don't worry. This is the first round. You have at least 2 more rounds before the selection for semi-final, right? Each team has to compete in three rounds, correct? Okay. Yes, anything? Any questions?
I would like to ask, for example, in our case, the offense, which I interpret through the statute, is strict liability. So is it still necessary to prove mens rea?
Yes, because presume, okay, the law, I think it was directed to me, the presumption, correct? Section 38, right? Now, you must argue the mens rea that in a way that you must preempt the other side punya story. For example, this is a strict liability. The law presume that OKT must know that this the law presume that OKT must have a license. All right. Any activities conducted without license is considered as an offense. You have a copy of so-called alleged fake license. That is your case. So you must argue that this is indeed a fake and within the knowledge of the OKT. For example, if let's say the agreement said this must be all permits and license must be obtained by Suka. My question will be why the license was in the name of individual. That could be the argument. That could be your point. But I think everyone missed out that one. Why it was put in the name of individual? All right. So with all these arguments and points, you can put to the witness that you, from the very beginning, knew that this is indeed a forged document. It should be, I mean, if the contract between Maju Mega and Suka, okay, all procedure must be performed by Suka. I think Perenggan 5, if I'm not mistaken, right? So you can ask the witness why it was in the name of the CEO. If it is true that the application permit was applied by Suka-Suka. All right. So basically, you have to close all windows and opportunity for the other side to rebut that presumption. Anything else? Congratulations. Keep up the momentum. The next round will be in 1 month time, is it?
Yes,
So
sir,
you
for
have
one time.
plenty of time to rehearse and to train yourself. Make it a habit. Make it, especially if you are doing the closing arguments or opening statements, the same thing. Because you guys have received the documents way before the competitions. So when you prepare your closing arguments, prepare your closing. In preparing opening and closing arguments, make sure you highlight the importance point. For example, the prosecution may want to highlight, during this trial, we will show to the court that the alleged permit, approved permit submitted by the defense is indeed a forged document. There is no way the accused did not have any knowledge of this, for example. So you may want to say the prosecution, through the testimony of witnesses, will show why such permit is indeed a fake document. Then you go through the witnesses. Likewise for the defense counsel. The defense counsel, we have received this permit from our business partner, or we have sought our business partner assistant to get the approved permit. We have engaged with the Sabah, with the forest department to verify. We have constant supervision by Sabah officers on site that, my lords, will explain our operation was legal and lawful, for example. Okay, this is how you formulate your arguments. A good argument must have 4 things: thesis statement or a statement, then you must have explanations, you must give evidence in detail, then you must have a conclusion. Okay, you jangan conclude dulu, lepas tu baru you bagi so jadi haywire sikit. Alright, you must give a proper structure in arguments. Alright, anything else? One more thing. This is my advice to instructing solicitors. Okay, for future reference. Can I share the screen? I can share the screen, right? Okay. Now, is this the screen? Okay. Now, instructing solicitors, this is my advice to you. Now you have a few documents. Why don't you open all the documents in one PDF form? So that when your counsel is submitting, say for example, this is the charge. So then your counsel want to refer to the next page, sorry, to a different documents, immediately you click this one, you click this one. So everything is already in, is already on the on one screen. So you don't have to ask for time. See, this is form 76. This is order 33. This is order 43. So it 3 different documents. So if you have 5 documents, you open all and then you click to this. And then if your counsel would like to refer to P3, this is P3. This is P1. This is P4. Easier for you. Okay? And I would suggest, if you are conducting the cross-examinations, you don't have to ask the other side solicitor, instructing solicitor. I would prefer, because you are cross-examining the witness, I would prefer your own instructing solicitor help you, because it will be odd for the other side to help you, isn't it? It will be awkward for the instructing solicitor of the opposing counsel, opposing team to help you. If I were the opposing instructing solicitor, I just go ding, 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 make everything difficult for you. Correct or not? So it should be your own instructing solicitor trying very hard to help speaking counsel addressing the point. Okay? Okay. What else? I think that's about it. Okay, any more questions? Last questions before we end the sessions? Congratulations, everyone.
No, but I have no questions, but I'd just like to thank the judge and also thank the defense team, especially instructing solicitor for defense team. So sorry to trouble you just now. Thank you very much.
It will be awkward, right?
Yes. It's very
I wanted to stop there, but I did not want to interrupt the flow. So next round, it should be your own instructing.
Right.
Otherwise, your instructing solicitor will just get a free ride and free lunch now.
Because I don't know that she want to refer to the document.
Exactly.
So that's why I have to.
So you must have prior discussions. For example, plaintiff counsel, the first defense counsel. So you must have a prior discussion. I want to ask these questions. When I ask these questions, you must immediately show to the court. So that will be seamless cooperation. This is how we judges evaluate. So, for example, may I refer the witness to P3? Now, without telling the instructing solicitors should have taken the cue and put straight away P3 on the screen. That will be wow. Macam telepathy between that is called cooperation and coordination. All right. And then tak adalah instructing solicitor. Okay, can I switch off first, and then it doesn't jive. Okay.
Judge, may I ask you something?
Yes.
Regarding the closing submission, right? For instructing solicitors, are we supposed to present like all acts and cases, or is it just documents?
Okay. This one you have to discuss with your with the counsel that going to present the closing argument. For example, if that counsel intend to stress on P3, so you may want to project the P3 on the screen. Okay, so you discuss. Is there anything? You discuss first with the and if let's say the counsel want to impress on the section 38 presumptions, Because if the council just mentioned section 38, so I mean, if this, I would prefer that section was being projected to everyone for everyone to see. Okay. So be alert and discuss first with the council in charge.
Tuan, can I know whether we can get the score sheet so that maybe we can improvise throughout your comment in the score sheet?
Okay, this the score sheets. I think the score sheet is for the. Let me check with the committee. Norman, can we give them the score sheet? I don't think so. No, basically my score sheet is very simple. The margin is 6, meaning to say the grand total for tellers is 408. Grand total for USIM is 402. So there's a difference of 6. Yeah, I think this should be kept confidential, not to embarrass everyone.
Yes.
But what I can comment in general is you need more cooperation between coordination between the team members. Okay, between the team members. Presentation wise, that one is individual. It doesn't mean that you are the witness, you cannot perform. No. The judges will evaluate on your presentations, on your confidence in answering the questions, and ability to respond. Because in cross-examination, that is impromptu questions. It is an open-ended questions. Okay. Likewise, with the counsel, when the court asks a questions, the court expects certain level of answers. It doesn't matter whether your answer is right or wrong, because we would not expect that from you, but we would expect for you to try your level best to answer the questions. For example, when I asked just now, why is it the permit was in the name of Alan Kesuma? Why it was not in Suka-Suka? Right. You may want to ask, you may want to respond, maybe because of Alan Kesuma being the CEO of the company, hence Sabah Telekop Forest Department feel that it should be addressed to the individual. This could be the alternative or answers. Okay.
For that answer, could we say that it is assumption, or can it be acceptable?
No, you have to answer. You have to answer. So you cannot simply okay. Assumptions. Okay. Now, you may want to provide explanations, not assumptions. For example, in that particular questions, if, of course, neither party touched on that issue. There was no evidence. There was no legal notes in the organizing committee handout. So you may want to answer by saying this. This is the permit given by the department. We have no knowledge why it was worded in the names of the CEO. What we can offer explanation, it could be because Aran Kusuma is the CEO of Suka Suka. Okay, so you can give that explanation. Okay, everyone, it's almost 1:30. Good luck in next month's round. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Interesting presentations.
Thank you, Judge.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you also to the prosecution team.
Thank you, guys.
Thank
Good
you,
luck
guys.
for the next round, guys.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
All the best.
Good luck. Good luck.
The participants can enter to the main room right now.
Norman, so saya kena hantar score sheet ni.
Yeah.
Sekejap. Okay, score sheet ni saya dah buat.